Actually, I can give you a live look at what he's showing. Y'all seen that just a minute ago. As you can see, he's in a very rural area. So we'll come back to him in just a minute. But notice the line is building all the way back to around Clinton. Would not surprise me if we don't see some more severe storms down to the south here. But it only takes one storm to make for a bad night. And unfortunately, these two storms, I think this southern one here is probably going to march all the way through Region 8. And now that it has a tornado warning with it, now that it's already rotating, would not be surprised if this thing doesn't continue marching on through, because it has the fuel to work with as it continues to move eastward. Now, let me show you the hail with this storm also. We do have the tornado threat, but we also have large hail with this storm that has been reported with the storm. Doesn't look quite as impressive as it was just a little bit ago, but as we mentioned also, we also have the possibility of the tornado. Now that we're zoomed in just a little bit more, I want to show you the wind. Once again, that's the possible rotation right here. So we need everyone in the Thayer community to be in your tornado safe spot. If you live anywhere right along the state line of Missouri and Arkansas, we need you in your tornado safe spot. Now, Salem, you may catch the hail with this storm and the gusty winds, and officially you are under the severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning is just to your north right now as this continues to ride right along the state line. Now, let me put this in motion here just a minute. You can see that southerly push of that couplet. It was kind of sitting up here. Now it's sitting right about here, about to cross into Fulton County here shortly, and that is why we have the tornado warning, not only for southern Missouri but also for parts of Arkansas. So it's riding right along the state line. It's going to continue move, cross over Highway 63. I believe we've got an RDOT camera sits right about here that we might check out here in just a minute. That's going to come really close to that camera, isn't it?
It's going to come close to, that's going to be the one in Mammoth Spring.
Yeah.
And that should get really close to it. And we'll either see some strong damaging winds, maybe some hail, or a tornado come right through there.
Well, that'd be wild. Okay, so I think we have Micah now also, meteorologist Micah Stevens out in the George Kell Storm Tracker. Micah, I saw your feed just now, and you're going down dirt road, so I had no idea where you're at.
Yeah, not sure exactly if I got you guys now. I just lost your connection there, but I can't necessarily hear you. Cell service is a little spotty out here, but I can give you an update with what we're doing. So right now we're right on the state line, just to the north of.
So he's going to be right there on the Butler Clay County line
here,
where you cross
right
over
here at the truck stop
on 67.
And, right there on the state line. So the storms are just off to our west. So we've seen the lightning start flashing. Not necessarily super yet, but for watching for these storms to get ready to roll their way in. Again, right here on the state line, Poplar Bluff to the north, Corning to our south. So we're in position. We are here ready to watch these storms as they roll in.
Okay, so to kind of give you an idea of where he is, he's kind of here just off the right side of the screen. So he's watching this storm up here, probably will not interact with that one. This one right here, which has some, to kind of give you an idea of the rotation. So this is tapping into the Springfield radar site. So when you see green, that's the wind going toward the radar site. This bright red you see here, that's the wind going away from the radar site. So it's really far away from the radar, but that's the rotation. And that is going to be kind of moving in this fashion right through here. So Raven and Springs, it might pass north of you. It all just depends on how much it starts moving down to the south. But if you're in Dalton, if you're in Myrtle, you need to pay close attention to this. If you are in Mammoth Spring, you need to be taking cover immediately. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to zoom down and see if we can see some more communities, some more places that really need to take cover, and then we'll put another storm track on here also. So there is the rotation, and we'll just kind of slide down the line here ahead of this. So there's Thayer, there's Highway 63, there's Mammoth Spring right here. This is going to be Worth Road. That's going to be the Jeff community. This is going to be State Highway Y, Bella Cemetery Road. As you get a little closer over here to Dalton, that's Myrtle right there. It'll probably slide south of Myrtle, and then here's the Dalton community here. Is the Weather Service saying much about this one yet? Probably not a whole lot.
Not a whole lot. And it's kind of right there on that triple point of the Little Rock office and the Springfield office as it gets closer to the.
Yeah. So here's something else that's happening. What Castleberry's talking about right now. The Little Rock National Weather Service issues the warnings for this area. For this area, it's the National Weather Service out of Springfield. And then you get over here, and that's going to be the Paducah National Weather Service. Memphis picks it up right here. So I really think this southern storm, because this is two storms, I think this southern storm may eventually predominantly go into the Little Rock County warning area and then on into the Memphis area if this continues to kind of push down to the south. Here's a look at the motion on these storms. They look like they're mainly moving east, but there's just a slight push down to the south also. And so far, that is all the severe weather we've had. We were kind of anticipating some storms to break out here ahead of these storms. That did not materialize, thank goodness. We don't need an extra round of severe weather because we also have some coming in tomorrow. But these are going to be nasty enough as they come through, and anywhere through here. So if you're thinking about going to sleep for the night, looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Oregon County right now. But anywhere right in this first tier of counties in Arkansas, the Boot Hill, and southern Missouri, you may want to stay up a little bit longer as these storms continue to move eastward. We'll zoom in on this again. Still looks pretty impressive right on the state line. Here it is. That's the rotation. It's going to be crossing very close to Mammoth Spring and Thayer here in just a minute on Highway 63. I'm going to slide this down a little bit. We'll put another storm track on it as it's moving to the east. Tell you what, we're going to do a little bit of a different storm track. So I'm going to take this part right here, expand it out. It's moving 45 miles per hour. We'll take it just like that. So that has it into Thayer at 8:52. Now, if you're watching us on a live stream, I want to point something out to you. There is a reason why I'm putting the hour, the minute, and the seconds up here. If you're watching us on a live stream, there's all different variances of how much there is of a delay. On one platform, we may only be 20-second delayed. On other platforms, it may be 2 minutes. So look at this and see that it says 8:46 and 49 seconds, and then look at your clock and see exactly what it says. That's also why we put exact times on here also. Part of streaming, there is a delay for some people depending on how slow your internet is or depending on what service you're using. So 8:52 into Thayer, 9:04 into Jeff, 9:13 into Myrtle, Elm Store Community at 9:18, Dalton at 9:22, and Warm Springs at 9:29 for the area of rotation. You're going to get some rain before then, but for the area of rotation, those are your times of arrival.
I have my eye on the RDOT camera there in Mammoth Spring.
Yeah.
The lightning is picking up as it's getting closer to Mammoth Spring. But there's a lot of people still out on Highway 63 going either to Thayer or coming back from Thayer. Mm-hmm. So, and it's so
if you know somebody's going back and forth, I think they probably still had some soccer games tonight.
True.
Probably still tried to squeeze in some youth baseball games tonight. So yeah, there are a few people out there. I see the light. Look at that light show.
And just something else I'm keeping an eye on up in northern Oregon County. They've continued. There's been a tornado warning that's started back in Howell County that continues, and it's getting ever so closer. And they just now issued the new tornado warning for northern Ripley County. It's for that storm. So that is now a new tornado warning for northern Ripley County. Should stay north of Doniphan, but if it holds together, this would move towards Poplar Bluff.
Oh, that's a rotation there. Look at that on your computer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the area that we're talking about, see where Alton is, it's just to the northeast of there. Just riding right on the edge of Region 8. Not sure how many viewers we have up there. Aaron just now circled it. So we got this one we've been talking about. This one is just, if I was to say where Region 8 is, kind of goes Poplar Bluff, includes Doniphan, and over here to Alton. So this is just on the fringe over here of that.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get the
You think that will stay north of Donovan?
That should stay north of Donovan, but that would probably come closer into Poplar Bluff.
Yeah, we need people in Poplar Bluff to watch this one. So you can clearly see this. Rotation 1, rotation 2, both of them are moving kind of east-southeast, I guess. I would say moving east with just a little skosh of south. There it is right there.
So, yeah, like you said, east, maybe a little skosh to the south and east, but not terribly.
If that holds together, it's coming into Poplar Bluff.
That would, and that put it in Poplar Bluff into probably closer to 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's the next tornado warning that we're going to have. It will probably include Poplar Bluff from this storm here. So the new tornado warning that Castleberry's talking about is this one right here. You see it outlined right through here. It's moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So that's going to take it. That's going to take it, like you said, 10 o'clock is probably a good safe bet on that one. This one down here to the south is starting to look a little bit stronger. Let's go back to Max 1. This is the storm also that has a hail core back here. If you look at the wind on it, still a decent rotation coming right into Thayer. That camera at Mammoth Spring is about to get really interesting. Look at all the lightning. There he is. Boy, there's a lot of cars still out there in the distance.
A lot of people, and that's coming out of,
it's coming
that's
out
looking
of
southbound, so that's people coming out of Mammoth Spring going back towards Thayer.
Yeah,
and they're going to drive right into that storm.
Yeah.
Because that area of rotation looks like it's more on the Missouri side.
If you know someone that is driving through there, give them a call, give them a heads up, maybe even tell them to, hey, stop just a little bit. At least let the rotation come through. Most people can drive in some heavy rain, which the heavy rain is starting right now. But if you know anybody that is on Highway 63 right now, and they're heading north into Thayer out of Mammoth Spring, give them a call. Say, hey, hold on. Stop right there. I believe there's a Dairy Queen right there, maybe. I'm not sure if they're still open. Or find somewhere to take shelter before you move too much farther to the north. You can also turn around there, and there's a couple of gas stations. Here comes the rain. It's about to we're going to watch it get pretty serious there really fast. How close is it going to come to that camera?
That camera sits right there on the state line.
Yeah.
The area of rotation just depends. It's going to be real close because either way you look at it, either from Springfield or from Memphis, it's kind of if it's there, it's going to ride the state line.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be really close. There's also kind of another area of rotation, maybe a little bit farther down into Fulton County, that after we watch this camera for just a second, well, look at the wind. It's going from the right side of the screen to the left side of your screen. Here come more cars also. Tornado warned storm right now. I hope these people know. Look at that wind. There's two ways of thinking here, and it looks like these people right here are thinking, I'm going to get home as fast as I can before it comes in. I think is what they're doing because they were moving at a pretty good clip just then. But this is right here. That camera's sitting right there, and that rotation is right there. It's just to the north. They were driving straight towards it. So a little concerning. There's the updated tornado warning. Now, here's what's interesting about this. I don't know if you noticed this. So the new tornado warning is right here for this area. But I kind of see another area of rotation sitting back here in Fulton County also.
If not rotation, some very gusty
winds. Let's go back to that camera again because you're probably going to get a pretty good gust of wind when this rotation passes to the north also. So it's looking from the RDOT camera right there. If this was daylight, you'd be able to see Mammoth Spring right there. 18-wheeler coming through right now. I guess just people don't have access to weather information. You got something?
No, I'm just trying to see if I can
Gotcha.
tap into the Hardy camera and swing it back towards the north.
Gotcha. All right, let's go back to radar for a minute. Looks like the wind's starting to die down just a little bit. Once again, you were looking at a camera right here. Rotations right here. Tornado warning continues. They just now updated it. Really strong winds still back here in Fulton County as well. So even if it's not rotating wind back here, we still have some really strong gusty winds as you take the highway out of Salem that goes up to Thayer. This is some really, really gusty wind right now that's coming through. Rotation right there on the state line continues to pass through as well. And let me give you just a look at radar. Just plain old radar just shows you the heavy rain that we've got back through here. Quarter size hail, not out of the question. In fact, if we look at this in a 3D perspective, we had a hail core with this earlier. Not quite as impressed with it right now, but boy, this storm's building up over 40,000 feet. So that's a decent storm that's coming through Fulton County and through southern parts of Oregon County right now.
And the concerning thing is we have these storms also developing back into north central and northwest Arkansas.
Back here.
And that's going to move into a very conducive environment for large hail and tornadoes as it moves further and further into Region 8.
Tell you something else, they're lining up now. Look, tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning. And I'm a little afraid this little thing's already taking a little kidney bean shape down here. That looks like a little baby supercell. What you guys is this air is expanding out through here. This is trying to become a very mature, healthy storm down to the south. And you know how this is going to go. This is also going to be moving east through this area. So I tried to say, I made a little post earlier on Facebook that says, hey, let's not get complacent. This isn't done yet. And here we are. It is coming up on 9 o'clock now. We have 2 tornado warnings that are in Region 8. We got one just to the north, and we've got some storms that are building down to the south also. What I'm going to do, still watching this storm here, I'm going to do a couple of things. First of all, I know it's right on the edge of us, but this rotation here, I want to continue moving it out, taking it into Poplar Bluff. It says at 9:37. Barron at 9:44. That might be a little early, but you know what? If you're taking cover at 9:37 and it hits at 9:57, then hey, you took cover a little early. Let's clear that one off. Put a storm track on this one, leading edge of it. 45 miles per hour. Let's put it right here and almost due east. We'll have it just going down just south a little bit. So here's some of the communities now. King Community 857, Hardy 904, Sellers Store 907, Armstrong 912, Raven Springs 921, 925 in Dalton, Hamill, I believe is how you pronounce that, 931, Ingram Community at 935, and Brockett at 941. Those are your times of arrival for the rotation that's sitting up around Thayer right now, especially if it takes just a little bit of a push down to the south, Poplar Bluff. The possible tornado, you're not under a tornado warning, but the possible tornado is probably going to be coming into your area sometime between 9:40 and 9:55 or so. Anything new over there?
Well, the Weather Service is talking about that area of rotation on the Ripley-Carter County line is getting tighter, so
Ooh, it is.
that's getting stronger north of Doniphan. People, if you live or if you know anybody living in Poplar Bluff, central and northern parts of Butler County, go ahead and start taking those tornado precautions. I know Poplar Bluff, you are very severe weather savvy. Y'all still dealing with aftermath of last year's storms there in Butler County. But just keep this in mind. This is still probably about another 30, 45 minutes away before moving into Butler County. But if you know anybody living north of Highway 60 and 160, they're in Ripley County back up towards Carter County, make sure that they're getting to their tornado safe spot. This storm is starting to really tighten up just there on the Carter-Ripley County line.
All right, if we can, let's go to the mountain home camera. That's kind of the tail end of where those storms are coming through. That's where the tail end of this storm is kind of getting its act together now.
And I'm not going to lie, it's very, very weak, but between Mountain Home and Briarcliff, there's you getting close to the, going back down towards the dam, maybe some weak rotation developing on the southeast sides of Mountain Home.
Yeah. Okay. We're still trying to get Micah's connection to where he can hear us and we can hear him. We might go back and forth. If we start seeing a lot of lightning from his vehicle or something like that, we may go to his feed. But as of right now, we're covering, three storms. One's just outside of Region 8, but I do want to note that we've got north of Poplar Bluff another tornado warning. So 1, 2, 3, maybe even 2 little areas of rotation on this one. The one that's tightening up right now is west of Poplar Bluff, and then we got these storms that are building down to the south. That I don't see any reason why these aren't eventually going to go severe as well. These storms are really far away from radar. You see the radar beam here? I mean, this thing's really far away from the radar, so getting a good signature on this is going to be pretty tough, but we have been getting indications of some rotation with these storms. Still got that one. I think that rotation is possibly on into Arkansas now completely, so the northern parts of Sharp County will need to watch for that. And then that's tightening up really, really tight right there. It's going to pass north of Donovan, but it's heading right into Poplar Bluff.
Yeah, I'm watching the camera there in Mammoth Spring. Still, the heavy rain, gusty winds, a lot of lightning still with this storm passing through, and it's moving. It's slowing down. It looks like just a tad bit. It's kind of just setting over the southern parts of Oregon County, northern parts of Fulton County.
Yeah.
Really, that area of rotation hasn't made it into Sharp County yet, and really the rain hasn't made it into Sharp County yet.
Not
the heaviest
much, no.
is still back just from north of Salem over to Thayer.
And then, after we get the heavy rain and maybe even the possibility of a tornado right through here, we've got a couple of hail cores sitting back here north of Salem. Also, this definitely has a southerly component because you can see the storm is almost fully into Arkansas now. I just noticed also down.
Just issued there for northern Randolph County.
Okay.
All the way to the Clay County line.
Let me show you this. New tornado warning is coming in now. Remember, the rotation's right here, so the new tornado warning is right through. Boy, it covers the rest of Randolph County. That covers almost. Does that include Pocahontas?
It's on the north side of Pocahontas, on the north of really everybody north of the river.
Yeah.
North sides of Pocahontas, south sides of Pocahontas, not in the tornado warning technically, but the tornado sirens are probably going off in Pocahontas now.
If they are, I want to tell you something before you take cover. Sirens may go off there. Keep in mind that it may be a while before it gets to you. So don't go take cover and then think, oh, everything's good, and then run the risk of possibly coming out too soon.
Just looking at this goes all the way up to the Clay-Greene County line, the Clay County line and the Greene County line there, Randolph County. But people who live in Corning, northern Greene County, don't let your guard down. That's just going up to the edge of the Little Rock National Weather Service office.
Yeah.
Now, it's still probably about another 45 minutes to an hour before it would even get closer to Pocahontas, how slow it has slowed down just a little bit.
What do they have the movement on?
Give me just a second.
No problem. What we'll do is we'll put a storm track
40.
in this. Okay. So that it's not moving too fast. So let me just, the rotation's right about here. And I kind of made a wide swath here just in case it moves north or south a little bit. And tell you what, I'll put just enough to get Pocahontas in on that also. And so if this does kind of continue following down to the south a little bit, I made a wide swath for any error. Worth at 904, Armstrong 911, near Ravenden Springs at 920, 923 Dalton, Hamill Community at 928, excuse me, Ingram at 933, Attica at 934. If this holds together, and it would almost have to push a little south, but you're officially in the warning, at least the north side. Pocahontas, 939, Skaggs Community at 944. Now that is if this holds together and continues its little drift down to the south just a little bit also. Guys, do we have Micah's audio? If not, let's just take his video and I can talk over it. Mike, I'm not sure if you can hear me or not, but I was watching your feed.
I got you.
And I just saw a ton of lightning in the distance from where you are.
Yeah, so right now we're pretty much along Highway 67 there, on the Missouri side of things now, near Naylor. So kind of in between both of these storms. Right now it looks kind of like the Poplar Bluff storm probably has the strongest rotation. So wanted to keep an eye on that one, but then also still keeping that other one in play. Electric storms, the lightning has really picked up over the last little bit. We're seeing lots and lots of lightning across this area, so definitely getting a little bit closer here. Going to play in between these two storms. I think that southern storm is moving slow enough that we'll be able to get back south even after looking at this northern storm.
Okay. All right, appreciate that update. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Micah, I'm going to continue, just to kind of give you guys a behind-the-scenes look. I can see Micah's live shot the entire time down in the lower corner of the studio here. So, Micah, if I start seeing you getting closer to that, then we'll come back to you. If you're just now joining us, here's the time of arrivals for the new tornado warning. That does include a big part of Randolph County. National Weather Service kind of extended all the way through there to give you as much notice as possible so that you can make sure that you are aware. We want nobody saying they didn't know this was coming. We want zero people saying that. So the rotation is right here in the northern parts of Sharp County. We've got a lot of heavy rain, some gusty winds back behind here also.
It looks like the area of rotation is starting to tighten up there on the state line near near the Jeff community there in southern Oregon, northern Ripley, northern Sharp, and Randolph counties. And that would take it towards probably south of Jeff and Myrtle, but take it more towards Dalton and Warm Springs and possibly Maynard if it holds together.
Now we've got one of our local weather watchers in Maynard, Jason Hampton. I honestly think he's out chasing right now. I think he was in the boot hill, and then this storm's going to come really close to him. There's a new scan, and you're right, it's tightening up there right around Newson Trail. Let's just kind of slide through here and show you where it's going. Freeman Road, this is all in the northern parts of Randolph County. Nubbin Ridge Road, Elm Store Community, King Road. There's Dalton at the bottom of your screen here. Barker Den there also. Okay, we're going to pop over to NBC for just a second and remind them on what we're doing right now. So when I see us pop in on NBC, I will start in on what we are doing, kind of give them an idea. So let's pause just a second. We're now on NBC and ABC. For those on NBC, we wanted to break into your programming for just a second to let you know that we are on ABC with tornado coverage right now. We're going to let you continue watching the NBA game until this starts hitting some populated areas. Last thing I need is someone missing this little part where I'm telling you to go to ABC and they're not knowing what's going on. So if you're watching the NBA game right now and you're like, you know what? I need tornado coverage. Switch over to ABC or CW and we're going to be continuing wall-to-wall severe weather coverage. That is the great benefit that KAIT is now ABC, NBC, and CW. So we can try to cover everything right now for those that are wanting to watch the NBA playoffs. For those watching the NBA playoffs, we've got a tornado warning in effect for parts of Fulton County. Rotation tightening up right now in northern parts of Sharp County, around the Jeff community also, and then all through a good part of Randolph County. We also have a tornado warning just to the north of Donovan. We're going to rejoin back to NBA on NBC. If you want to watch tornado coverage, go over to ABC. ABC, we're going to stay with you. So let's pause for just a second and go back to regular programming on NBC. Okay, so they're back to regular programming now on NBC. We're going to stay here on KAIT and on CW and on the live stream. and continue to give you tornado coverage. So once again, for those of you that are just now joining us, the storms have fired up. This is along the boundary that's coming in from the northwest. It has been producing, I think we have 3 tornado warnings now, one of them just outside of Region 8, one here right on the edge north of Donovan, and then the storm of the hour for Region 8 is this storm right here, which has some rotation right here. It is moving to the east-southeast, and it's coming into Randolph County, and it is showing signs of producing a tornado. Now, the storm does continue going back through Salem, on back into Mountain Home, and wouldn't be surprised if we don't start seeing some warnings on the southern part of this storm as well. Aaron?
Just at the moment, we haven't received any damage reports, so that's good news as that's moved through some populated areas, Mammoth Spring and Thayer, starting to move in northern Randolph County. So, but what I've seen is some small hail reports out of Thayer. About the reports I'm seeing is about dime-sized hail, pea-sized to dime-sized hail in Thayer a little bit earlier.
And that rotation passed real close to them.
Real close to Thayer. But that area of rotation continues it's still pretty tight, right there on the Arkansas-Missouri state line.
It is.
Now, the National Weather Service Office in Springfield, they believe that the area of rotation's on the Arkansas side, but I wouldn't want anybody between Thayer and Myrtle. I want you, if you're right there, Myrtle, Jeff, Thayer, calm community, to go ahead and still take your severe weather your tornado precautions as that storm rides along the state line. But really need people in northern parts of Randolph County to start really thinking about taking that tornado precaution. And it's really hard to see what's really going on from the radar this far away, because once either it's coming from Little Rock, Memphis, or Springfield, we're shooting thousands of feet up into the atmosphere. So it's kind of hard to see what's really going on at the surface. So that's why the National Weather Service Office in Springfield believes that that storm is on the Arkansas side of the state line, but I still don't want anybody in southern Oregon County and even into southern Ripley County to take it for granted, thinking that this storm is on the Arkansas side. You could very well be seeing some damaging winds, maybe some tornado, a weak or small tornado through southern parts of Oregon County. And then also, I'm still watching the area in northern parts of Ripley County, still very tight rotation north of Donovan, and that's getting closer and closer to Poplar Bluff.
You know, even back into this storm, let's switch over to Max 1 real fast. Even back through here, this storm is just really nasty. I mean, it's got a lot of lightning with it. It's got a lot of heavy rain. It appears that we have a pretty decent hail core right there. I keep trying to look at this in a 3D perspective and find a hail core. There it is. I thought at some point we would get it, and there it is. If you see this little kind of magenta color right through here, let me slide this around this way. You can see the hail core with that passing just to the north of Salem. There we go. We kind of peeking the storm right through there, and you can see the storm. So once again, tornado warning here, and here. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for this area. I tell you, they're going to get some heavy rain.
Because it's sitting right over the same area. This storm has sat over northern parts of Fulton County for the better part of the last hour, and it's just been heavy rain right there from Salem over to Mammoth Spring. It's not moving fast. It's building back towards Mountain Home. So that rainfall is heavy, getting some hail from time to time there in northern parts of Fulton County. So it's not just the severe weather threat. We're going to have to watch for a possible quick flash flooding threat through northern parts of Fulton County, at least.
Wouldn't surprise me, because I mean, there's some areas in here just within the past hour or so, right through here, where that is showing inch and a half really fast, and it's sitting there. It's not. This hasn't moved out yet either. So, you know, in addition to that threat, we'll be watching for that as well.
The good news at the moment is the storms back towards Mountain Home and back into Searcy County and Newton County.
Back here.
They are staying below severe limits. They're not strengthening too fast, but my fear is as it moves further to the east, as it starts to really move into Region 8, the air is just, the atmosphere is just juiced up in our part of the state right now that these storms will have a lot of fuel to feed off of, and will not just have a strong wind threat, tornado threat, but also I'm starting to think that we'll also have a pretty good hail threat the farther east this line makes it later on this evening.
A lot more storm fuel with this as it continues to move through. Good rotation right here, and also coming into Randolph County. I'm going to kind of position both of these storms in the same viewpoint. You see this right here? That's going to go between Donovan and Grandin. Grandin, I believe, yes, it's right through here. So it's going to cross that rotation. That looks impressive enough where I wouldn't be shocked if we didn't have a tornado on the ground right here. That's going to cross across the highway in between Donovan and Grandin. And then we've got this area that is now in Randolph County. It is in the northwestern parts of Randolph County. Pretty tight right there as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of position these like so. And then put a storm track on each one of them. So first off, this one, moving to the east, let's put this at 45 miles an hour. That's going to have it in the Steeles community at 923, Greenville Ford at 925, Flatwoods at 929, and Haneyville at 959. And then let's go down to the southern storm, which we just now got an update on. Tell you what, yeah, put a leading edge here, take that down at 40. That one's moving 40, didn't you?
40 miles per hour.
Yeah, so that a little slower. Dalton 924, Ingram 934, 5, Maynard at 944, Biggers at 953, Reno before 10 o'clock.
And I've been looking at the Pocahontas camera. You can start to see that lightning pick up back towards the west.
There it is. Oh, yeah. Outline of the storm and everything.
So as that moves in, that lightning will start to get more vivid as it moves closer to Pocahontas. Now, the National Weather Service office in Little Rock, they're commenting on that this storm is so far away from the radar, the lowest beam that the radar is shooting through is about 9,000 feet off the ground. That's pretty high up there. Doesn't look as impressive, but they're erring on the side of caution just because that this storm is so far away from the radar. So what that means is it's getting a picture of what the atmosphere is doing in the upper levels. It's just having a hard time seeing what the radar is doing in the lower levels, and they're going to give it the benefit of the doubt that it could be producing a tornado. That's why the tornado warning remains in effect for northern Randolph County. If we can go back to radar, just going to do a quick loop on this, you can just see how slowly, let's go to max 2. You can see just how slowly these storms are progressing to the east there. It's been sitting over Salem and northern Fulton County for a while. It's starting to make its way to the east, but it's going to take some time. You're probably sitting in Melbourne. You're probably sitting in Hardy right now, and you're just starting to see sprinkles. And this storm has been off to your north and probably giving you a light show for the last hour. That's now starting to get closer into your area, but it's going to take a little bit of time. And then we'll have to watch these storms that are back off towards the west. They're starting to build up. They're starting to get a little bit stronger, especially as you look down the line through Clarksville and then south of Fort Smith. Those storms are getting stronger, and they'll continue to get stronger as they move off towards the east.
All right, so the rotation is solidly in Randolph County now, it looks, for the tornado warning in Randolph County. Let's go back over to Max 1. That's the one I already have a storm track on that has it in the Attica at 937, Maynard 944, Biggers 953, and 956 in Reno. This is starting to tighten up still. There's the Grandin community. It looks like it's going to pass south of Grandin, but north of Donovan, right through here across the highway. Now, I believe Micah still sitting right about here.
Yeah, I think he's somewhere between Neelyville and Naylor.
Okay. Micah joins us now. I see the wind is blowing pretty hard down there. Micah, what are you seeing?
Yeah, got a light show there to the north. It's still so warm, so humid, so these storms are just moving into such a favorable environment for severe weather with all the untapped energy that we haven't used up today. So a lot of energy. Looking to the north west with this storm that is in portions of Ripley County, pretty close to the Carter County line there. So this one's moving pretty much straight towards Poplar Bluff. And I think that is the one that we're going to target here. So just kind of sitting back for just a second. Don't want to drive too far up there into it, because I do think it's kind of diving to the south east just a little bit. So going to hang back here. I think when that next warning comes out, probably including Poplar Bluff, we're going to go up there and see about that storm kind of on the southern side of Poplar Bluff as this comes in.
Okay. Once again, Micah Stevens is sitting right here, and he is watching this storm. So he can sit here and make a choice. Okay, can we go to this one, or do we kind of hang here? Well, this one's kind of moving like this, so he'll probably hang out here, and him and Matt Bowman will catch this one here and kind of give us an update on what they're seeing. But the light show from that is just absolutely incredible. And then this one is going to be sliding just to the south of him. So, and in addition to that, we just have, let's see, click on radar. In addition to that, we just have a tremendous light show that is going on with this as well. If you look at the lightning with these storms, it's been quite impressive also. So once again, if you're just now joining us, tornado warning is in effect. There's the lightning. I was about to say, didn't look like we had much data popping in on there, but you can see all the lightning coming in with this. A lot of lightning through here as well. And if I kind of slide this back through parts of Fulton County, you can see that lightning goes all the way back here to Mountain Home, where they just had some pretty impressive rainfall and thunderstorms also. So once again, if you're just now joining us, we're really kind of watching two tornado warnings. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning that they just issued too, isn't it?
It is. It stretches all the way down to Ash Flat. And you can see how kind of compact that warning is. That just shows how slowly it's pushing off towards the south and east. But the lightning is increasing. I'm also watching those storms that are off towards the west of Mountain View in Melbourne. The lightning in that storm is starting to increase as well. It's really increased here in the last 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll have to watch that storm as it moves into our area. And I think they've issued a new tornado warning, and they're possibly going to looks like a new tornado warning is replacing the old tornado warning there in Randolph County. So I'm looking at on my computer. There's still there's still the old tornado warning. You can't see that on the on the one that's on your screen, but the old tornado warning is still there. They've issued a new tornado warning that's taken Pocahontas out of the tornado warning, but it still includes Dalton, Maynard, and Biggers.
I see what you're saying now. They kind of tightened it up just a little bit. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I guess that's probably to keep Pocahontas from, needing to air their sirens, maybe.
Yeah.
Kind of give them a heads up of, I say a lot of times it's important to know that you're not going to get a threat as much as it is to that you're getting the threat also, just to not create a false sense there. So a lot of lightning coming through Doniphan right now. A lot of lightning with that storm as well. That's just a stormy night in Fulton County. So that's the new severe thunderstorm warning that you have right here. Gusty winds coming from this storm. Getting 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts from this, not out of the question. Getting some hail. We've already had hail reports through here, dime-size hail. Wouldn't be surprised some locations getting some quarter-size hail. So that's why that severe thunderstorm warning is there right now. Let's go back to the tornado warning. Look at the wind here. This is the rotation. This is coming down through Randolph County. It is solely into Randolph County now and out of Sharp County. So that's why when they updated the warning, they were also taking that completely out of Sharp County. So here's your rotation. There's the county line. So this is fully into Randolph County now and is moving toward the Maynard community. Should stay to the north of Pocahontas.
Now, this does hold together. People in western Clay County need to start thinking about this storm, northern parts of Greene County as well, as this moves down towards the south and east, Corning, Peach Orchard, over to Success and Dado and Reno and Biggers. Now it's going to take a little bit, still probably a good 30 to 45 minutes. You can see there Dalton at 9:25, 9:31, and Hamill getting towards Attica by 9:39. Biggers 9:53. It's 9:23 right now, so you still have another 30 minutes or so before it gets to Biggers. Brookings at 10 o'clock and Pete George at about 10:05. So we still got a good 30 to 40 minutes before it gets towards the western parts of Clay County, eastern parts of Randolph County. But that gives you time to get into your tornado safe spot as this storm continues to move down towards the south and east. It's still moving. It's slowed down even more. It's about 35 miles per hour now.
All right, so I just talked with Jason Hampton. He is sitting just outside of Biggers, so we're going to get some ground confirmation from one of our weather watchers here in just a little bit. But like you said, this thing's moving pretty slow. Here's the rotation right here. Let's use this here. This is taking it at 45 miles per hour. I can extend it way out just if it holds together. Dalton here in the next few minutes, Maynard at 9:41, Reno at 9:50. If this decided to go due east, which I think is going to continue going a little bit farther down to the south, but if it did, Corning near 10 o'clock, and then down into Greene County maybe by 10:08. I put a big error here. The farther you get away, the more uncertain you are if it's going to be to the north or south of that. But this kind of gives you an idea of where the storm is heading. All right, so once again, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Fulton County, northern Izard County, parts of Sharp County for this area of storms that's passing through. We've got some storms that are down farther from this line. They've got lightning with them. They are not severe right now. Got the tornado warning that is in effect not only for the northern parts of Randolph County, but we've got one for areas north of Doniphan. That tornado warning may be continued on and impacting the Poplar Bluff area also.
The Weather Service office in Paducah, they're talking about extending that over into Butler County here in the next little bit. They're starting to see a wall cloud, a rotating wall cloud in northern parts of Ripley County with that storm.
Okay. We've got a few chasers on that right now also. They're still a pretty good distance away from that storm. It's funny, I clicked on one of the chasers feeds right now and they're eating pizza on the hood of the car. So they're just sitting back waiting for that storm to come in Poplar Bluff. So we're going to watch both of these areas. Looks like Micah is back on the road now. Micah, can you hear us? You guys are on the move again. Where are you heading?
Yep, we're headed back north to Poplar Bluff. Had that report there of a rotating wall cloud, so we're still just a little bit to the north of Neelyville now. Should be coming kind of up where that construction zone is on the southern side here of Poplar Bluff here before too long. So we should be there in roughly 5 or 10 minutes.
All right, so once again, Micah Stevens and Matt Bowman are out in the George Kell Storm Tracker, and they are in this area. I guess, did he say he's going to go up to Poplar Bluff?
Yeah.
All right, so they're going to come into Poplar Bluff. Here's the rotation right here. That's heading towards them. So he's going to get us a look at that and see what's happening with that here in just a minute. Like I was saying, I was watching some other chaser friends I know sitting over here in Poplar Bluff. There's the new tornado warning. Sitting over here in Poplar Bluff, they were eating dinner, waiting for the storm to come here. So there's going to be a lot of eyes on this storm, so we'll know exactly what is happening with this storm as it comes through, and hopefully everybody stays safe. But Poplar Bluff, you are officially now under a tornado warning. So if you live anywhere around the Poplar Bluff community, you have some rotation that is crossing over the highway between Doniphan and Grandin right now, and it's moving to the east. And so we're gonna have some people in position there to make sure to watch that. New scan comes in, still shows rotation. I'm sitting here watching. We don't have to talk to Micah unless he has something to say. Well, might as well. Micah, I just keep looking down the corner of the screen and there's just lots of lightning there.
Yeah, this is putting on quite the light show out here. An electric storm just using up all of that energy that's sitting out there. But yeah, we're driving to the north now on 67. So just an electric storm, non-stop lightning, just lighting up the whole entire sky. The good news with that lightning is we should get a view of the base of the storm once we get kind of past this tree line here. We'll be able to see the base of the storm. So if there's anything there, we should be able to see it with all this lightning.
All right, once again, Micah Stevens, he is in Butler County right now, heading north on Highway 67, and is going to watch this storm, which has a tornado warning, pass into Poplar Bluff. We need everybody from Donovan to Poplar Bluff in your tornado safe spot. All right, let's go down to the south here. We still have really good rotation right here, or really bad rotation, is a better way to say it, going into the northwestern parts of Randolph County. We need, I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit more, put a new storm track on it, especially with it being moving so slow now. It has passed through the Dalton area. Put a storm track on the leading edge of this. We got it moving at only about 30 now, don't we?
Yeah, about 30, 35 miles per hour.
Drift like that. Jarrett Community at 9:45, 9:47 into Brockett. Biggers at 10:03, which it's 9:30 right now. And then Reno at 10:10. I noticed a lot of reports coming in. That might be coming out of Mississippi.
Yeah, a lot of those reports from Memphis are coming out of that storm out of Mississippi right now.
Got anything new? We don't have any reports coming in.
No reports from Little Rock or Paducah or Springfield.
Yeah.
The Weather Service office in Little Rock.
Saying it's indicating
some large
some of these
hail.
may put down some 2-inch hail as they move down to the south.
And that will be destructive hail.
Yeah, it would be. I wonder what the largest hail we've had so far. I saw some 1-inch hail reports coming in earlier, but you see some of these cores back here where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. And as Micah, and I think you were talking about also, this is untapped atmosphere here because we didn't see the storms at 4, 5, and 6 o'clock that could have developed. If the cap had broken, we would have seen some storms develop right here and they'd move east. And then you'd have an atmosphere that's been worked over a little bit. So the bad part about that is that, the good part is we missed out on those storms. The bad part of that is these storms have a full tank of gas to work with now that they're starting to come in.
And that's what the Weather Service office in Little Rock's talking about as that low-level jet starts to really crank in over the area. There's enough instability, enough wind shear as those storms start to move into north central and northeastern Arkansas, that these supercells will continue to exist as they push off towards the east.
Trying to see if we got anything new going on. All right.
And with these storms that are just setting over Fulton County and northern parts of Sharp County, what that's doing for the local scale there is starting to stabilize the atmosphere just a little bit. So you got a lot of heavy rain right there. Probably why we're not seeing a big buildup of the hail, of those hail cores at this time over that area, just because it's been raining pretty hard for the last little bit. It's starting to cool off the atmosphere, starting to stabilize it just a little bit over there. But out ahead of it, when these storms start to get a push off towards the east, they'll really tap into some of those and some of that better environment further to the east.
Yeah. All right, so if you're just now joining with us, by the way, tell me also if we need to give a little update to NBC. I'm not sure where they are in the game or even what the score is. It starts becoming a blowout. I guess we could. What's that? 4.5 minutes left in the game.
Looking up there, it looks like it's a 2-point game right now. So.
2-point game. I won't interrupt that. Hopefully everybody knows they can come over here to ABC. But if they take a commercial, let's talk over that commercial and we can give them a little update on NBC also. Once again, we got a lot of thunderstorms moving in. I'm going to give you a look at the movement on it. It continues to move eastward with just a little bit movement down to the south also. We've got a tornado warning for an area of rotation. There's a little notch right there. The rotation just crossed the highway between Donovan and Grandin. That is heading toward Poplar Bluff. That is where we have Micah and the George Kell Storm Tracker with Matt Bowman. We also have a severe thunderstorm that is covering all of a big chunk of Fulton County all the way back to the Izard County line. Have they marked that one as a destructive severe thunderstorm warning also?
Not that
Okay.
one.
And then tornado warning continues for Randolph County for this storm. Also a little notch there indicating maybe a little bit of an inflow on that storm. So tell you what, let's first take you down to the southern storm into Randolph County. And that rotation is still right there. It's still very far away from the radar site. I think it will pass to the north of Pocahontas. I think it'll pass. Think it'll pass south of Maynard?
It's going to be close. I wouldn't get out of my safe spot if I lived in Maynard.
Right. I would hang tight for just a little bit. We'll zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, I would definitely hang in just a little bit. It's right near Blackwell Den Road right now. Here's Warm Springs Road. It is coming right into the Ingram community. If you're in Ingram right now, lowest level of whatever building you're in, get as many walls in between you and the outside that you possibly can. The reason we do that is we're protecting ourselves from the tornado debris that is outside. A lot of times I tell kids, our family loves football. We're a football family. I tell them that putting the walls between you and the outside is like having your teammates and you're the running back with the ball. You want to try to get as many blockers in front of you as you possibly can from the debris that is outside. That is why we do that. That's why we get into an interior room to get as many walls in between us and the outside. You're right. This is going to come really close to Maynard, so we don't want to give anybody any false peace on that one. We need everybody to take cover. What was that you guys were just saying? Okay, yeah, let's take a look at, man, the lightning is just getting more and more intense on Micah's camera. I can see this off to my side right now. Mike, is that the storm to your northwest, or is it the one down to in Randolph County?
Yeah, this is still the storm that's back off to the northwest there, to the west of Poplar Bluff.
Am I crazy, or is it getting more lightning with it?
Lightning's definitely continuing. It's been pretty strong, but I might be picking up just a little bit. You can clearly see the base 2 of the storm whenever you get a lightning flash. You can see that pretty crisp base. I have not seen anything that's dangling down or anything in the way of a wall cloud, but probably a pretty nasty shelf cloud moving around in here as this begins to push its way in.
Now, are you still on Highway 67 there?
Yeah, we are.
Okay. Have you guys gone kind of around those two kind of 90-degree turns yet? Are you that far north?
No, we aren't that far north.
Okay, all right.
We're kind of on the section right here where they're doing they're adding the additional lanes. So that 90-degree turn is what's just ahead of us here. Okay. Probably a mile or two up there.
Okay, all right. That kind of gives me an idea of where you are right now. Okay, we'll continue to check back in with you. Once again, Micah is on the northern storm. So this is the southern storm here. What he's looking at, he's sitting, let me slide down here. Here's the other tornado warning that we have. He's watching this rotation there. It is sitting on State Highway K right now. It's passing really close to Flatwoods. It's about to move straight down County Road 456. He's sitting right here is where he's at on Highway 67. So let me widen out just a little bit. Got a new radar scan in. Still seeing the rotation here. And just looking at, there's chasers all through here. All right through here. So, all right, we're going to slide over to NBC for just a second. So, NBC, we welcome you to severe weather coverage. We want to take just about 30 seconds of your time on this break to tell you that there is a tornado warning in Ripley County and in Butler County. This possible tornado is heading toward the Poplar Bluff area. We've got another tornado warning down in Randolph County. In Randolph County, that rotation there is moving down to the southeast. It's heading toward Maynard. It's in the Ingram community, and it's continuing to move toward the Biggers community. So that tornado warning is continuing through, I believe, the top of the hour at least. So if you're watching us on NBC right now, watching the NBA game, switch over to ABC if you want tornado coverage. If you want to watch the game, you're not in these storms, you can hang out on NBC, but we'll do tornado coverage on CW and on ABC. Before we go back to regular programming on NBC, I want to check in with Aaron.
New tornado warning that's still in Randolph County. The old tornado warning is going to expire at 9:45.
Okay.
You can see that new box is really from Warm Springs back to the state line, to the county line there, Clay County. That's a new tornado warning till 10:15.
Okay. Has Memphis said if they're going to issue downstream yet?
They have not.
Okay. You can see that little notch there also. So it's right there. So NBC, we're going to continue on ABC with tornado coverage, but we're going to get you guys back to the game on NBC. All right, so we're back on ABC and CW only. We just broke in real fast into NBC. The NBA playoffs are ongoing. And some of you may say, and I agree with you, weather matters, but when we have the resources here to allow people to watch the NBA game or watch tornado coverage, we can give them both. We're on CW, we're on ABC, we're on the live stream, and we can continue on with the NBA playoffs also. So once again, tornado warning continues coming into Poplar Bluff. We've got the storm tracker with Micah right there. We're going to check back here in just a minute. And then also we've got the tornado warning, the new tornado warning that has just come out for Randolph County. The old one is going to expire here in just a minute. That's it. That's the backside of it. So everybody here is safe now. But this rotation is coming very close to Maynard and moving down to the south. I would not be surprised, probably in about 10 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised to see parts of Clay County and Greene County added to a tornado warning. Here's the deal. This line right here, everything this way, Little Rock's National Weather Service issues the warnings here. Everything from here this way, Memphis National Weather Service issues warnings. So that's why you see this hard edge right here on the county line. They'll probably let this get a little farther down to the southeast, and if it continues to show signs of a tornado, they will probably issue a tornado also.
I just asked Weather Service that question. I'm waiting for a reply back.
Okay. But since it has slowed down, they've got some time. They've got a little bit of time to issue that. Let me play this so you can get an idea of the movement on this. These storms moving a little bit more east. These have just a little push of south going on with them also. I still think there's going to be some places that completely miss out on the rain. We need rain. Now, I don't want it to come with tornadoes or severe wind or anything like that, but we really, really are needing rain. And so there's places, I even had a farmer say, I'll take a little bit of severe weather just to get some rain. I still think a lot of people are going to miss out on the rain, unfortunately. Micah's on the move now. Looks like he's continuing to head north. If you see there's his dashboard of the George Kell Storm Tracker as he continues to kind of interrogate the northern storm tornado warning that's coming through. And boy, you've got a good look at that storm. You can clearly see the base of it now.
Yeah, I do have a good view of that storm. You can definitely see kind of that supercell structure with this storm. Clean base, looks pretty honestly rain-free from this point of view. The leading edge of this is getting pretty close to Poplar Bluff. There's a ton of chasers in Poplar Bluff, but this rotation should be pretty close to the west side of town. So everyone in Poplar Bluff definitely needs to be in their safe spot. We're going to kind of get up here just a little bit farther to the north and then find a good place to pull off and continue with this view so we can eventually dive back south and then get that storm that's going to be coming into eventually Clay and Greene County eventually.
Okay, appreciate that update once again. Micah is watching this tornado warning and
new tornado warning for Clay County, a small portion of Dunklin County.
Okay, so new tornado warning coming out from the National Weather Service right here. This is a downstream warning for the one over in Randolph County. Did they say anything with that one when they issued that?
No, they're just watching that storm. Still has that supercell characteristic, so they lean to go ahead and issue that new tornado warning. But I'm also watching, it looks like the hail's trying to pick back up around Maynard, so probably showing the updraft start to intensify with the storm as it moves towards Maynard and towards Clay County.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about right here. Yeah, that hail is increasing. Let's take a look at the wind. This is still just so far away from the storm, but yeah, you can still see a very large mesocyclone right here rotating. Seeing any debris this far out,
you would almost need a really strong tornado.
Yeah, big tornado in order to get something like that. So that storm's continuing to move through. It's kind of interesting. That tornado's almost warning kind of took the shape of Clay County. You don't see that a whole lot. You kind of usually draw them in polygon or kind of the way of the storm track. So Greene County officially is not in this one. However, I talked to Sheriff Snyder just a minute ago. Says they have a unit in Delaplane that's going to be watching, and Sheriff Snyder is going to head up toward the Clay County, Greene County line to watch these storms coming in as well. So we've got some eyes on the storms, some train spotters on the storms through here, and also Jason Hampton's over in Biggers. He said he may give me an update also. So we've got Micah on the storms with Matt Bowman and the George Kell Storm Tracker on the storm to the north. By the way, let's go to Micah real fast. Micah, is that a lowering that I see or a wall cloud that I see there in the distance from your camera?
Yeah, me and Bowman were just noticing that. I think that what we might be seeing is kind of the back side of that supercell structure, or I guess it's kind of the front side, but of it looping around there. And so I think it might be kind of deceiving that we're actually just kind of seeing the side of the storm and not necessarily a lowering. But it does have kind of a scuddish look to it now. It's not that crisp, clean area. There's some areas that are a little bit scuddish or lower hanging. So not necessarily like a wall cloud, I don't think, but we are definitely seeing that supercell structure right now with some of that scud on the bottom.
Okay. Once again, Micah is south of Poplar Bluff. There is a tornado warning there right now. Yeah, Mike, I was just sitting there looking at the lightning, and we had that rain-free base, and I looked over and I go, wait a minute, something looks a little different there. So you guys be safe. You know what you're doing out there, but boy, that looks like a nasty storm. So appreciate that update. Once again, he's just south. He's right here. All that lightning is this right here coming into Poplar Bluff. The rotation sitting here as well. The tornado warning down in Randolph County, you can see the little notch right here. That rotation is going to be coming into Clay County. I think it'll go south of Corning, but I still want to keep everybody in Corning in their safe spot until this storm moves a little bit farther to the east. Tons of lightning, northwest Randolph County through Sharp County, back into Fulton County. And all of this, we need this to get a little bit more of a push because we don't need flash flooding issues. So we'll see if we can get this thing to speed up a little bit. Once again, there's the mesocyclone, the whole storm rotating here, and then the rotation here. Did you say Micah has an update? Okay, Micah, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, so yeah, I do think we do have a lowering here on what would be to our northwest. So we're traveling to the north.
Oh, yeah.
Looking to the northwest, I do see a lowering there. Kind of the top right corner of your screen is where that lowering is going to be there. So yeah, definitely have a lowering now. Can't visibly see rotation, but we are about to pull off here and get ready to go back to the east a little bit so we can stay ahead of it. But this storm definitely has a clear lowering moving into Poplar Bluff right now.
All right, so we need everyone in Poplar Bluff to be in their tornado safe spot. If you've got family in Poplar Bluff, make sure that they are aware of this situation also. New radar scan coming in. So Micah's sitting right here because I saw them going around these curves right here. So he's sitting right here. That lowering is going to be right there. So this is going to continue moving to the east. I'm watching his feed also in case we need to go back. You know what? That's a really good view. Let's go back to it. I know we keep going back to him, but it's hard to beat actually seeing the storm. Micah, that's a pretty good vantage point. That has to be the middle of the rotation that's prompted this tornado warning.
Yeah, that rotation's got to be just right here off to our northwest. Definitely have a bowl lowering there. Not necessarily tight rotation by any means, but there is definitely the lowering and some rotation in there. Thunder, lightning's really starting to pick up. Yeah, not seeing anything extending to the ground or that sort of thing, but definitely have some lowering here.
All right, we're going to continue to. I'm just now looking here. Also, it looks like we just had a thunderstorm wind gust of 60 miles per hour just a minute ago from that storm that's coming in from your northwest. Boy, it looks like there's a ton of chasers up there also with you. Probably a lot of out-of-state plates. What are they going to do with they're continuing this tornado warning around Maynard and just carrying it over into Clay County, aren't they?
Yes, that warning for Randolph County goes until 10:15.
Okay. So once again, 10:15 for this warning. It is 9:47 right now. They're going to continue that over into Clay County. Corning, we're going to have to keep an eye on this rotation that is west of you right now also. So let's go over to radar, and you can see the heavy rain coming into Poplar Bluff. You can see this extends all the way to north of Donovan to kind of give you an idea of what our game plan is right now. So Micah and Bowman are sitting right here in the George Kell Storm Tracker. The rotation's sitting right here. They're going to let it pass just to their north. We also have some rotation down here around Maynard. That's what's prompted this tornado warning for Clay County also. So this is likely to continue moving on through here, and that is why Greene County has not been added to that tornado warning just yet. I'm still continuing to watch Micah's feed. Micah, those flags are blowing around like crazy right now.
Yeah, we got some pretty strong winds here.
Wow.
Just out ahead of the main storms. I mean, these are coming from mostly a westerly direction here, so that storm's starting to blow out. But there is inflow here just a couple of miles ahead of us that is coming from the south. So that is kind of your rotation that you're able to get there as winds are circling there. One thing to note, did just have a few cars that were parked underneath an overpass. Just wanted to make sure we bring that up, that is not a safe place to be. If you're in a tornado warning, the overpass is not somewhere you want to be. So just keep that in mind. If you are traveling this evening and you end up in a tornado warning, you don't want to be underneath an overpass.
Yeah, dangerous place to be. Okay, we're going to check back in with you here in just a minute. We're back on radar now with still two areas of rotation. The one they're watching up in Butler County, the one coming through Randolph County right now that's prompted the warning for Clay County also. Anything new, Aaron?
A couple of new things. The tornado watch has been in effect across eastern parts of Region 8. That has now been extended till 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh boy, all night.
So western half of Region 8 is under a tornado watch till 4. The eastern half is now under a tornado watch until 5. Watching these storms back off towards the west, the Weather Service is starting to comment on these storms, especially from Mountain View and west of Mountain View. They're starting to take on a more supercellular structure. And just looking at rotation, there might be some weak rotation to the west of Mountain View. That's outside of Region 8. That's over in Searcy County. But if that it starts to move into Region 8, that's going to move towards Mountain View and eventually towards Batesville. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. We've also been in contact with the Randolph County OEM. They are reporting no damage up there, so that's some good news out of Randolph County.
All right, I'm looking to see. All right, I'm just seeing if there's anything new.
I'm just watching this storm also. There's still that inflow that's now east of Maynard. It's getting closer to the Black River bottoms down there, so towards Success, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's at least a little bit of a lowering with that storm between Maynard and Success. That's going to move back towards Corning, so if you're in Success to Corning, you need to be in your tornado safe spot at this time. Also watching this storm up in Butler County. Micah had that lowering near Poplar Bluff. That's getting closer to Poplar Bluff, but still on the west side of town. You need to be in your tornado safe spot if you're up in Poplar Bluff. And then severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect down towards the south. And like I was talking about, those storms back towards the west, we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's for Stone County, Izard County, a small portion of Independence County for that storm that is moving towards the east. And I'm afraid that storm, as it continues to move off towards the east, Ryan, that will continue to intensify.
I mean, it has no reason not to.
No reason not to. And there is some rotation starting to develop west of Mountain View, still back over into Searcy County, south of Clinton and Marshall. But as that moves off towards the east, back towards Timbo and Fox, I would not be. That storm's going to intensify, and that's going to be on the heading that's towards Batesville and towards eventually Jonesboro if it holds together.
So that's the severe thunderstorm warning that Aaron was talking about just now. And if you look at the wind on this storm, there's the rotation right there. And I agree, there's some rotation there.
And it's really increased here in the last 10 to 15 minutes as that storm has started to increase and become stronger. So that's concerning at this time. No tornado warning with that storm yet, but if you live in Mountain View, go ahead and start thinking about getting towards your safe spot. I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning come out for this storm.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Soon.
I mean, nothing's going to weaken it. And, you know, what worries about me is just looking long term on this one. I know I'm putting what's the saying, putting the cart before the horse here, but just long term on this, if this did strengthen and continue on, this right here would go through the heart of Region 8 in the middle of the night. So this is why we've been talking about making sure you have a way to get warnings through the overnight is for, I mean, this tornado watch goes until 5 o'clock in the morning, so it's going to be a pretty long night. Widen back out, take a look at radar right now. Severe thunderstorm warning continues northern Sharp, Fulton, Izard County. There's the new severe thunderstorm warning there coming into Stone and Izard County. Man, this storm here is just going slow. Really slow storm with a couple of areas of rotation.
I want us to also keep an eye on, I know there's an area of rotation near Maynard, but I want to also keep an eye on near Horseshoe Bend. The south side of that storm starting to tighten up as well. That all the way to the back of that initial line. And I'm looking from it from the Little Rock radar, and it just looks like it's starting to tighten up around Horseshoe Bend.
Somewhere right here?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. So what Aaron's looking at here, we're using the Little Rock radar site. So this green there, that's the wind coming that direction, then the red's this, so the rotation would be right through here. So looking at that on the radar, yeah, and it's kind of hooking back through here also. Good find. Tell you what, Jason Hampton is calling me right now. Jason is over in the Biggers area, and Jason, you've probably got a pretty good vantage point of this storm that has been moving slowly through Randolph County. Has a tornado warning with it right now. This is where Jason is. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, we're actually just a little bit, maybe 1 mile to the east of Reno.
Okay.
And this storm is really well structured. It does have some rotation. This would be just north of Dado. And it, like I said, it's really well structured, and we are now starting to see, we haven't seen it before, but it is starting to rotate a little bit more. And this would be just to the north of Dado.
Okay, just to the north of Dado, seeing some rotation. Okay, and what was your position once again?
Right now I'm a mile west of Reno.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
It's actually southeast of Reno. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Okay, I appreciate that. If that continues, call us back and keep us updated on that.
Sure will.
Thank you. Once again, it's Jason Hampton, long time weather watcher with us here that has lived in this area for years and knows this area very, very well. And you can see that rotation right through here that has prompted the tornado warning. So it's good that I doubt we have anything on the ground right now because I think he's got eyes on it. But saying that it's rotating stuff, not a good thing.
The bad news, if that stays on, the heading can come right down Highway 67 and come right into Corning. And starting to see that hail trying to bump back up there.
Yeah.
Right at the Black River.
Right there, yeah. Got 2 areas of hail. And as we've been saying, this is going into some more unstable air, so it weakening is probably not going to happen. All right, so just kind of looking at some things behind the scenes here. Nothing too new. I'm looking at Micah's feed. I don't see anything too crazy. They're still on the move right now. We'll check back with them here in just a little bit. Looks like they just had, which I think is what we caught when we had the flags blowing in the wind, but it looks like they had, just looking behind the scenes here, some really, really strong gusty winds kind of passed through on Highway 67. What's that? All right, in 2 minutes, we're going to give a little update on NBC of the situation also. So once again, let me take it back out to the home view. Most of Region 8 is dry. We've got a patchwork of tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings, and there's another severe thunderstorm warning that's outside of Region 8 that has just popped up. It's outside of Region 8, but it kind of gives you an idea that that's what we're dealing with all night long.
And I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at it from the Little Rock radar. That storm moving into Mountain View, that storm back up towards Horseshoe Bend, they're all starting to take on that kidney bean shape, starting to get that hook to it. So these storms are starting to strengthen, and they're strengthening quickly. These storms out towards the west, they were just kind of hanging out there, wasn't severe, just trying to maintain themselves, and all of a sudden they have now reached severe criteria, and we're starting to see the rotation start to pick up on that storm, also the storm that's west of Mountain View, and even on that storm that's up near Horseshoe Bend. Here in a minute, I'll get the Hardy camera flipped around, and they're in a lot of heavy rain in Hardy right now. It's going to be hard to see what's coming up over the hill, but we'll have still pretty good lightning. If we can take that Hardy camera real quick. You can see that lightning as we look back towards the south and west, back across. That's looking where the Spring River would be, but you can see a pretty good light show.
A lot of lightning there.
As that storm, and that's those storms that's really stretching from Horseshoe Bend through Ash Flat and Hardy, and continues back off. Really, that's holding together back towards Clay County.
All right, so here in about 10 seconds, we're going to join NBC briefly. So we're going to pause right now. Go to NBC. All right, so we have joined NBC now. Welcome viewers that have been watching the NBA Finals. Wanted to give you a quick update on tornado warnings continuing for Randolph County and Clay County. We now have new severe thunderstorm warnings that include parts of Izard, Sharp County, and parts of Lawrence County. We got more severe thunderstorm warnings that include Stone County, parts of Izard County, and then outside of Region 8. These are important because these are moving east, and this is what we'll be dealing with through the overnight. What we're going to do is we're just updating you on NBC right now, so that's why we briefly broke in on NBC. If you want to watch severe weather coverage, tune to ABC on KAIT. KAIT has 3 affiliates, CW, ABC, and NBC. So we're going to be on ABC and CW. If you want to continue watching the game, we're going to go back to the NBA Finals here in just a second so that you can watch either one right now. And then if we start getting into some significant damage or anything like that, we're going to break into everything just to make sure that everyone is safe. But once again, we also have the George Kell storm tracker to the north here with the storm that's coming into Poplar Bluff. Chances are we're probably about to send it back south because we've got a lot of storms that we're going to be dealing with as it continues to move to the east also. So for those of you watching us on ABC, we're going to pause here in just a minute. And then we're going to let NBC rejoin programming here in about 25 seconds and continue severe weather coverage. So if you're on watching us on NBC right now, the tornado warning that we had for the Poplar Bluff area, they've extended a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. That is a good sign. Tornado warning down in Clay County for this storm coming out of Randolph, and then some severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll continue on ABC. Okay, ABC, we have just let NBC go back to the NBA playoffs, and we're going to continue our coverage here on CW and on our streaming. We've got myself, we've got meteorologist Aaron Castleberry, we've got Diana Davis watching for damage reports coming in, and we've got Micah Stevens and Matt Bowman out in the field in the George Kell Storm Tracker, keeping you updated through the night on the severe weather situation that we have. I know a lot of people probably around 7 o'clock were thinking, hey, we missed this, and unfortunately, that is not the case. We've got a lot of very unstable air. You step outside right now, and you can just feel that just feels like a severe weather night. And unfortunately, we've got a tornado warning right now for Randolph County for this storm that's coming into Clay County right now. Looking at the wind within this storm, there are still a couple of areas of concern through here. A little bit right through here. I think this is just going to be some strong gusty wind back here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking at. That's back into the heavy rain and into the storminess. The better area of rotation will, if it starts to develop, will be back on the backside of the storm, back towards Ash Flat. And then I'm still watching these storms back down towards Mountain View. Those continue to get a little bit stronger. I've told Micah to start coming back down south.
Smart move.
To watch these storms as they start to move back towards Jonesboro, because these storms that are back towards the west, towards Mountain View, will move into Jonesboro here within the next hour, 3 hours or so.
You know, when he first started pursuing this storm up in Randolph County, there was not a lot of there wasn't a lot of storms out there, and that gave us a good look at the structure of that. Now that that's coming out of Poplar Bluff, that's going to start moving out of Region 8. He's got some rain to deal with going through Corning, but let's check in with Micah. And Micah, what's y'all's game plan? You're heading back south. We got more storms coming in. Do you have an idea of where you're thinking about your goal right now?
Yeah, so right now we're on Missouri Highway 53, just to the south and east of Poplar Bluff. We're going to dive back down to Kewland and then drop eventually down to Pollard, Arkansas, there in portions of Clay County. I will say the rotation is tightening up here just on the south side of Poplar Bluff, and there is very, very strong winds with this storm, probably close to 50 miles an hour near that circulation. We just kind of passed through that, so we're punching back to the south now, getting ahead of this circulation. But the circulation has started to tighten up a little bit here just on the south side of Poplar Bluff.
Okay, I was just sitting there looking at that. So you said you're on 53. That, you know, the good part about that is you're gonna kind of stay ahead of the heaviest rain. Are you just gonna continue heading on south and maybe get into like Paragould and just kind of watch these storms that are coming in from the west through the overnight?
Yeah, so our goal is kind of get to the south and then eventually get somewhere between Paragould or somewhere in that area, so we can catch those other storms that come in that are closer towards Evening Shade, Horseshoe Bend, Cherokee Village, that area right now.
Okay. All right, we'll check back in probably later on tonight. You guys be safe and as you head back south. All right, so once again, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't replace the tornado warning in Clay County with a severe thunderstorm warning. How late does that go?
This warning goes, give me just a second.
Okay.
They've been talking about that warning. They've talked about how the storm, the rotations come down, the lightning has come down. It's not as strong, but they haven't talked about replacing that warning yet.
You know, I come over here to Pocahontas, and they've almost got stronger winds to the north of Pocahontas, where really there's not a warning at all right now, is there?
No. The Weather Service office in Little Rock has canceled the tornado warning for that. So the tornado warning for Clay County goes until 10:30. So they may just let that ride out. It's one of those. It's up there on the edge of the radar side. It's kind of been cyclical throughout the evening. The rotation could pop back up as it moves off towards the east. But right now it doesn't look as strong as it did even 5 minutes ago.
No, I just kind of sit there and look at it, and I'm like, you know, I think, I mean, there's still something there. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still some rotation right there, but I'm not overly concerned about it. This is pretty far away from the radar site, so maybe that's another reason why it's, you know, keep it around just in case. But look at all the lightning strikes. We've got 800.
We have a new tornado warning.
Okay.
This is for
Ash Flat.
Ash Flat. This is for Izard County, southern parts of Fulton County, Sharp County, and northwestern parts of Lawrence County. This does include Ash Flat, over to Williford, Raventon, and Amyville, just outside of Imboden. The warning stays south of Ash Flat, stays south of Cherokee Village and Hardy. But But this will be coming right into downtown Ash Flat here in just a little bit.
This is Ash Flat. Take cover right this second. Sorry for the short notice, but I mean that is it's right there. It's formed kind of right to your west between you and Horseshoe Bend right now. What's the movement on that?
That is moving off towards the east at 40 miles per hour. I put a storm track on this as it moves.
So it's going to take it to Nash Flat in really the next few minutes. It's going to take it into Sitka at 10:25, Williford at 10:29. If it holds together, it's going to come into Raventon at 10:35. That really tightened up really, really fast. But you mentioned that briefly.
Yeah, it's been sitting over there around Horseshoe Bend for the last little bit, but Little Rock has finally decided to pull the trigger on that warning. If this holds together, this moves towards Pocahontas and would move into Pocahontas,
right
getting
here.
Close to 11 o'clock.
I mean, if you look at it on radar, there's a little notch here. There's a little inflow notch right through here. And then you look at the wind of it, and it's tightened up again. This is probably, correct me if I'm out of line, I'll be just fine with that. This looks like the tightest rotation we've seen tonight.
I think so, especially with how far it's away from that radar.
Yeah.
You know, the area of rotation that's up on the state line wasn't it was there, not as strong as this. I guess I can make an argument at times in northern Ripley County that area of rotation was a little bit tighter. We have that, and also it's going to come into Mountain View. There's another area of rotation, kind of the same as the one I've been watching up in Horseshoe Bend. It's starting to get tighter. And I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning come out for Stone County, parts of Izard, and Independence County here in just a little bit with that area of rotation that's just moved into western Stone County.
Okay, so let me back out and show you. So you're talking about this right here.
Yep.
You know, if you notice this, let me just kind of put all three of these on here. All of these, and you said this just a minute ago, are kind of taking on these supercell characteristics. All three of these have this rotation, 1, 2, 3. Have these going on right now. Even more so than the storms up here. Although, let me see something. Even down around Pocahontas. Let's go to the Pocahontas weather camera if we can. Is it? See the camera moving around a little bit. It always moves around a little bit though.
With this storm coming in Ash Flat, we're going to go ahead and go back to NBC just because this is starting to move into one of our moving in Sharp County, one of our more populated counties. This storm is really starting to move in. So we're going to go ahead and go over to NBC and go over the second basketball game that's coming on.
All right, so here's the deal all right, good evening, everyone. For those that are just now joining us on NBC, I warned you that we would go on both stations if it started to look like more of an imminent threat, and that's where we're at right now. We've got a new tornado warning in effect that is for some rotation that is between Horseshoe Bend and Ash Flat. We've been on ABC for quite a long time now doing severe weather coverage, and now we're starting to see the warnings increase. They're starting to get more into the heart of Region 8, and I'll be honest, I am concerned about this area right here. This is really, really far away from the radar, so seeing any kind of debris would be tough, but you know, there is a drop of correlation coefficient right on top of where the couplet is.
Well, to keep an eye on that, we'll let this storm go through and reach out to folks in Sharp County, but Ash Flat need to be in your tornado safe spot. While you're talking about that, they've gone ahead and also issued the tornado warning for Stone County and a small portion of Izard County for that storm that's moving into Mountain View as well. So these tornado warnings are starting to increase. Now, the tornado warning for Clay County was dropped, and new severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Clay and Greene counties, but now new tornado warnings for northern Izard County, central parts of Sharp County over to northwestern parts of Lawrence County, and a new tornado warning for a good portion of Stone County to a small slither of Izard County south of Melbourne back towards the Guyan area there on the White River.
All right. Let's regroup for just a second because we've got a lot of people joining us from NBC. We got a lot of people that are tuning in now because their weather radios just went off. And I want to kind of outline what the rest of the night's going to look like. we have a storm that's up around Poplar Bluff that had a tornado warning for a while. We've got some storms in Randolph and Clay County that had tornado warnings. They have now been severe thunderstorm warnings downstream of those. They're not looking as scary as what they were. Now we have new storms that are getting stronger to the south of this. So 1, 2, and I'm going to tell you probably eventually 3. I think this one will get some tornado warnings also. These 3 storms, they're strengthening. They're moving east, and all of this area here is very conducive of severe weather. Why do I tell you that? Well, I'll tell you that because they're moving into an area that there is no reason for them to weaken. So I say that to say we've got tornado warnings here, and they're moving east. If I'm in Paragould right now and I'm looking at the watch and it's 10:15, I'm going to stay up, or I'm going to have something to wake me up in the middle of the night because I don't think these storms are weakening. Batesville, this storm's to your west. Jonesboro, both of these storms are to your west. Got another one sitting out there that hasn't gone into Region 8. Could these weaken? You bet. There's plenty of times when all of the ingredients are there and they just fall apart. And when that happens, something that you guys may not know, earlier tonight when it looked like these storms weren't going to develop and everyone was kind of wondering where's the severe weather, I was kind of hoping we would be dead wrong. I am okay with being dead wrong as long as we don't get severe weather, but unfortunately this is starting to unfold like we kind of thought it would. These storms are coming into unstable air, and we got a long night ahead of us. Been talking for the past 2 or 3 nights about make sure you know what to do for overnight tornadoes. Well, the time has come now. We've got tornado warnings out there, and we need to pay attention to it. So we got severe thunderstorms right now going through Butler County. They do have the tagline to them of tornadoes possible. We've got strong storms northern Clay County through Corning back down into Pocahontas, and then probably the storm of the moment is going to be this one right here near Ash Flat. I'm going to zoom in on this, and you see that we've got some really heavy returns coming in on radar. If you look at the wind, here is the rotation. I'm going to step off for a minute. I'm just going to scan through the past couple of scans so you get an idea of the movement. Kind of started west of Horseshoe Bend, went really, really close to Horseshoe Bend, and then now it's coming into Ash Flat. This is really far away from the radar site, so to get any kind of debris signature on this, you would have to have a pretty strong tornado. The only thing I saw was right there. There was a brief little area right there that I saw that made me think, that could be something. Not enough to where I would say guaranteed that there's something there, but it caught my attention. There's a new radar scan that's coming in on this storm. It still shows rotation right near Ash Flat. We need everyone downstream, Williford, Imboden, even Smithville. You're a little bit farther south, but Smithville, I would probably make sure that you're in your tornado safe spot. Imboden, all those areas we need to watch. You go down to Mountain View. That's a nasty looking couplet right there north of Fox.
They've updated that tornado warning for Sharp County for Ash Flat to take out Izard County, and Fulton County is now just central parts of Sharp County into northwestern parts of Lawrence County. This storm's right over Ash Flat right now. The area of rotation is right over Ash Flat.
Yeah, that is concerning, and I'm sure we'll call up in that area when things calm down a little bit and see if they had any damage. But if I'm in Ash Flat, if I'm in Williford, if I'm in Imboden right now, I am taking cover for this storm.
And the Weather Service, they're starting to mention how quickly these storms have started to spin.
Yeah.
In the last 15, 20 minutes. These storms are moving into a much more volatile environment than it was, even than the storms that were up along the state line. It's just very juicy. We have low-level winds that are really starting to kick in from the south and west. That's going to help these storms rotate.
I just got reported golf ball size hail in Ash Flat.
I saw that the hail core started to really come up right over Ash Flat. You can see that. It's probably got some big hail right there around Walmart, right there where 62 and 412 meet, 62, 412, and 167. There, where Walmart is, and I think the Martin dealership is.
Yes, yeah.
Probably getting some big hail right there, and that's just showing that updraft is being sustained, and that's keeping that hail threat up there, also keeping that tornado threat elevated with that rotation.
Yeah, I wonder where. Let me look at the wind within the storm.
I've been looking at the
right
the Hardy camera. It's really hard to see because the storm would be on the other side of the mountain.
Yeah.
But still watching. If we pull up that Hardy cam real quick, you can see that we have some vivid lightning back off towards the south and west. And I'm just looking around at the other cameras. We're starting to see lightning continuing pretty vividly there in Pocahontas, there in Hardy. Yes, Ryan?
Let's go back to radar for just a second. Not that one. There we go. I'm going to go up to Reno. They added a severe thunderstorm warning here because of the storm getting cranked back up. But I want to show you something. We got hail core there, definitely, down here. But right up here, there's still some rotation through here. Look at something real fast. Just kind of going through different radar sites. Still a little concerned about that.
The Weather Service is mentioning, the Memphis service is that storm has intensified. They've seen a bump in lightning. It looks like it's strengthening, and it looks like it's starting to tighten up. So, we're not out of the woods yet in western Clay County, eastern Randolph County with those storms. Because really and truly, east of Corning is about as good as the environment is as you head towards Ash Flat and Mountain View, and even further to the south.
So Mayor Fowler out of Ash Flat said that he's checking on damage right now, but definitely some large hail, the golf ball size hail in Ash Flat. All right, we're finding ourselves now where we have a lot going on. So every now and then I'm just going to widen out like this, and we're going to recap everything. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Clay County. They've extended that down into Greene County for this line of storms coming in. They just now reissued a little area right on top of Reno. It does look like some strong winds, some hail through here. Looks pretty nasty right now. We've got a tornado warning here for Ash Flat and a severe thunderstorm warning. So a larger severe thunderstorm warning for the large hail and the wind, and then the tornado potential is for some rotation right near Ash Flat. It kind of formed around Horseshoe Bend, moved east, went through Ash Flat. It's continuing to move east, so be aware of that. And then Stone County, north of Fox, we have rotation that prompted this tornado warning, and we need Mountain View in your tornado safe spot immediately. That is some tight rotation that we have right now just to the southwest of Mountain View. It was north of Fox, now it's here. It's continuing to move toward Mountain View, and it's not weakening. So we need everyone in Mountain View to have as many walls between you and the outside that you possibly can, and be in the lowest level of your home. And we're still looking back to the west also. I think we just now, okay, so they're upgrading this, or they're updating this with a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Something just blinked on here. I bet they're going to keep the tornado warning also.
I wouldn't see why they wouldn't. They're not.
Yeah.
They haven't said that they were going to drop that tornado warning.
Yeah, they're going to keep that. There's no way in the world they would knock that out. So tornado, look at the gusty winds over here.
And the Weather Service is picking up on that as well.
That
Good
is
wind signature coming out of Randolph County into northern Greene and southern Clay County. So that's some really gusty, maybe damaging winds, especially between Reno's and right over Biggers Biggers in Reno right now. That's going straight over to Dado. Peach Orchard, Noble Corning. This will be the type of wind that's going to probably knock out some power.
Yeah.
So power may be flickering in Corning and in Noble and Peach Orchard, or it may be out. Probably starting to see the power flicker in Biggers in Reno as well.
All right. Just kind of looking through other reports that we have right here. So yeah, some really strong wind coming out. I'm with you. I wouldn't be surprised to see some power outages coming through here because this is going to be some 60-mile-per-hour wind coming across Highway 62 from Maynard over to Peach Orchard. Let's look at radar on this also. And this is just moving slow. This is just some really, really heavy rain also.
And that's kind of been this batch of storms that, this sat back over Salem for a good hour and a half.
Yeah.
It's only made it to where it is here in just the last little bit. So heavy rain, Pocahontas. We could probably see that on the Pocahontas weather camera back to Ash Flat and Hardy. Area rotation continues now, maybe just to the little bit to the east of Ash Flat. That will take it eventually towards Williford and Ravenden. And let's take a look at there's an RDOT camera on Highway 5 between Mountain View and Batesville.
Ooh.
Just a very electric storm. If this
It looks
storm
like it's
holds
not raining
together,
here. Do what?
if this storm holds together, that would probably go real close to the RDOT camera, because that's on the east sides of Mountain View. They're bumping up that severe thunderstorm warning for Clay and Greene County with winds up to 70 miles per hour.
Woo.
So that's going to be damaging winds through western Clay and northern parts of Greene County with that thunderstorm.
All right, just getting pictures now from Scott Boland of the golf ball size hail in Ash Flat. I mean, just to kind of give you an idea, I've done this before, and just you can kind of get an idea of how large that hail is. Looks like it's really dense also, so that's causing some damage there. Man, that is some high wind going south of Corning right now.
And that severe thunderstorm warning does include Paragould and Rector and Piggott. So that'd be some strong winds that eventually would probably, if it starts to make that southerly push, would move.
And it is starting to make more of a push now. This is the area right through here.
Yeah.
So it's right through here. By the way, we've got a Greene County Sheriff's deputy that's going to be up here in Delaplane. I believe Sheriff Snyder's going to be somewhere through here also watching as this comes in. So we'll get some reports on just how strong that's going to be. It does look like it's really, it's picking up some speed now, the entire line. So hopefully the flash flooding threat will start to go away.
We can take a look at the Paragould, the camera on top of Baptist. Paragould, I've got it pointed back towards the north and west. You can see the outline of that storm, but you see the lightning with it. Wouldn't see anything tornadic with it. That's still several miles away from Paragould, but you can see that storm is starting to intensify, that lightning starting to get more vivid. I still want us to keep an eye on that. The area of rotation it's still pretty strong. I'm jumping back to that storm in Sharp County between Ash Flat and Williford. That's over.
Yeah, in fact, we can step through all those if you want.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting here looking. Game Reserve Road, Whitetail Road, Ridge Road, Liberty Hill Road. There in Sharp County. That's where this area of rotation is. That's going to move towards Sitka community, right there just south of the Spring River, and head towards the May stages to the south of Williford, but I wouldn't get out of my safe spot if I was in Williford and eventually go towards Ravenden and Annieville and Imboden.
Yeah, if that holds together, I don't see any reason why they would not continue that. There's Williford, as Aaron was saying. Yes, could it go just south? It could, but this is too close for comfort to not be in your tornado safe spot. And then you can see if this continues, there's Imboden, there's Black Rock, depending on kind of which way it goes. Also, I don't know if you're looking at that storm over in Mountain View, but it has really started to show.
That area of rotation has really increased south of Mountain View.
That is a legit look at rotation right now. As we've been saying earlier, you look at debris this far away, you'd have to have a pretty big tornado to see. You'd have to have a pretty big tornado. Micah joins us now. He continues to head south. He's heading, where are you at right now? Have you made it back into Clay County yet?
Yeah, so we are back into Clay County. Right now we're heading into Piggott, kind of jogging back around. Our directions are going to take us to Marmaduke, but I'm watching that area near Corning right now. It had the gusty winds, but now those gusty winds are starting to turn into a little bit more of a jet out there. So just south of Corning, starting to wrap around, and I'm noticing inflow sneaking in there as well. So I think we're going to have to watch that area south of Corning, because that area is starting to rotate now as it continues to strengthen.
And you know, you're going to find yourself right in front of that, I think.
Yeah, we're going to come down there through Piggott, and then we just got to Piggott now, and then we're going to come down kind of Greenway to Rector, and then that should put us pretty much right there with that storm. Okay,
so let's go back to Max 2, and let me kind of give you an idea of what they're going to be doing out in the George Kell Storm Tracker. So if we could, let's go to Max 1. And so they're here right now. They're going to continue heading down through here. This is what he's talking about. So we have the strong gusty winds heading this way into the radar. Now it's starting to come up and around and almost creating some rotation right through here. So I think what they'll probably do is hang out here in Marmaduke, because if you get back in here, you're going to get into the ridge a little bit. There's a new scan coming in, still seeing that same characteristics there. Let me clear this off here so we can get a better look at it. I agree, that's tightening up, but they're going to have a good position. So they're coming down through here, and this is coming through here, and so he'll have a pretty good look at that storm as it comes in. But boy, that's got some gusty winds. But you know, with them, I'd probably hang out Marmaduke. Yeah. I mean, they can hear us, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't, because if you go back towards Leif, you're going to get back into the ridge, and it may just be hard to see what may come over the ridge. You're in Marmaduke, you're setting flatter lands and can see what's coming over the ridge.
All right, so we've got that area that has prompted the severe thunderstorm warning. Would not be shocking to see that upgrade to something more. Here I am drawing for no reason. Let me see if I can zoom in on here. Wrong button. Zoom in now back into Sharp County. Still got the rotation there. It's moving eastward. It's right there. It is going south of Williford, but if it holds together, it's going to be heading near Imboden. It's losing some of its steam.
It is.
And it's making it up down here in Stone County.
And people in Jonesboro are probably asking, well, what about us right now? We are completely dry. The storms are north of Jonesboro right now and still well off to the west of Jonesboro. That storm around Mountain View. It's going to take a little bit of time to get here, but that doesn't mean let your guard down. These storms, they hold together, they will move into Jonesboro here in the next hour or two. But we're still a little bit away from that. So kind of the same as Paragould, maybe a little bit closer to getting to Paragould than it is to Jonesboro, but still a little bit of time there. We got time to watch these storms move in.
Tell you what we'll do. We can take this, I believe, put it all the way into Jonesboro, and we're having that at 45 miles per hour. That'll take it into Jonesboro about midnight.
So that's an hour and a half or so.
Yeah. So if that holds together, that storm back there in Stone County about midnight. Now, question is, will this stuff from the north slide in before that makes it here? That's a real possibility too.
That is a possibility. Just kind of which one gets here first? Does the storm in Mountain View speed up and move off towards the east? If that happens, it's kind of out there by itself. That storm, we'll have to watch if it does speed up and move off towards the east. Now, if that line starts to creep down into Jonesboro, that storm in Mountain View will probably get absorbed into the line. And I think we see more of a damaging wind threat as that gets absorbed into the line. But time will tell on that at the moment. Right now, that storm in Mountain View is out by itself. We're having to watch the backside of the storm, of that big cluster of storm that's really stretched us from Corning back to Ash Flat. the backside, that's where we have that tornado warning with that storm right now. And then we'll also have to watch that storm. It's still just a severe thunderstorm. It's not as impressive as the storm near Mountain View back off towards the west. But if that stays off by itself on the south side of that line of storms, we'll have to watch our central and southern counties if that storm moves off towards the east. Starting to get a report. This is from of a tornado on the ground.
Uh-oh.
Highway 9, Sunny Fox Road. That's going to be in Stone County.
Where did this report come from?
This is from Weather Service official. They just got the report in, and they put it in the chat. So,
all right. Are they going to confirm it? That's going to be this one right here.
that's going to be that one. Where I'm looking, where that would be on Highway 9 and Sunny Farm Road. That area, Sunny Fox Road. That area of rotation is really, really strong in that area. So it would not. I would not be surprised if that is confirmed on the ground.
I definitely believe it. Let's see. We may even get down here enough to see exactly where. I mean, that's where it would be. Very, very close. This is Mountain View right here. This is Hanover here. This is going to be very, very close. It'd be interesting to see if they're going to put this as a confirmed.
They just
there
did.
It is. All right, so now we have a confirmed tornado in Stone County. There's the new warning here that has it going farther east. Now, if there's any good news at all about this, this is going through rather rural area, but there is a lot of people that still live here also. Here is Mountain View, here's the tornado, and it's going to continue moving east through here. Let's see if I can zoom down a little farther and kind of show you some of the roads that are going to be here. This is the Hanover community. Boy, that looks really, really, really strong now. It's going to come near Prince Loop. South Bayou Drive is here.
I think we have a tornado debris signature just south of Mountain View.
Yep, we do. It's going to be right there.
Yep.
Okay, so here's the tornado debris signature right here. Let me show you what that means. So there's the debris. There's the wind from it right here. These are matching up, and chances are we're probably going to have a little higher reflectivity there. I'll tell you what, let me click over to complete raw data here, and not as much, but you definitely have this inflow going through here. You look at this again. There's the wind. Yeah, oh yeah, there it is, right there. Okay,
That's going to be a pretty strong tornado. This is south of Mountain View. This is on the south side of Mountain View, south of Highway 9, Benny Reisner Road, Stewart Road, over to Hanover Road, the Hanover community, the Meisenmeyer Road area, Prince Loop, Bayou Road, and Miller Pond Road, just kind of some of the roads in that area. And this is going to move off towards the east. Like I said, this is, like Ryan said, this is rural parts of Stone County. This is on the south side of Mountain View. This isn't going through downtown Mountain View. This should stay south of downtown. But this is moving off towards the east. And there's also that RDOT camera. Maybe too dark at the moment, but it will come close to that if it continues on this heading. And I want to tell everybody that's in Independence County, this storm's moving towards Independence County.
Yeah, it's going to head towards Cushman and Batesville pretty soon.
If this storm, not saying this storm will stay on the ground, but there's nothing that's going to impede it. And we also have the tornado warning up to the north has now been extended into Randolph County as well. This does include Pocahontas. Again, new tornado warning for Randolph, northern Lawrence County with that storm that's up around Williford at the moment.
So we've got debris up to 8,000 feet now on this one. If you could, look that up and see what that's going to correlate to strength size. It's up to 10,000 now.
As I do that, also that tornado warning, that area of rotation is getting close to the Lawrence County line. That will be moving into Ravenden.
Okay. So once again, we have a confirmed tornado right now south of Mountain View near the Hanover community. This is crossing over Luber Road right now. This is going to be crossing over Highway 5 here shortly. This is passing over mountain or under south of Mountain View proper, but this is going to be continuing to pass over Highway 5. I know it is kind of a rural area, but I've driven Highway 5. I've seen the homes there before. I know people live there. So we're going to take this extremely serious right now as it gets closer to State Highway 5. We've got a weather camera, an RDOT camera there that we're going to be watching as well. So confirmed tornado once again, Stone County, south of Mountain View, near Hanover community. What you're seeing right here, this is a debris signature. This is where a tornado is confirmed right now. It is lofting debris up 10,000 feet up into the atmosphere. So this is a significant, worrisome thing to see right now. I'm going to widen out. We've got other tornado warnings that we need to watch also. We got the tornado warning now extended into the Pocahontas area. I'm going to look for the wind on this real fast, and then we'll continue moving north. I still see, boy, that's a decent rotation coming out of Sharp County and moving into Lawrence County. Let me zoom in a little more on this.
Raven and Imboden, this will be moving right down the line to you.
Okay, so this is passing north of Smithville, south of Williford, Annieville, Imboden. We need you in your tornado safe spot right now as that tornado warning that was prompted by that area of rotation continues to move east. Still very strong wind south of Corning right now also. Checking for any new information now. I believe Micah's got an update. Micah, do you have something new?
Yeah, so you just mentioned that wind there south of Corning. This warning has now been upgraded to a destructive tag, and so people's emergency alerts are going to go off on their phone. Ours just went off. It is not a tornado warning, but treat it like a tornado warning because it's destructive. 80-mile-an-hour winds are possible with this storm moving in.
Okay. Appreciate that update.
So that's going to include areas like Rector.
Now, where are you at right now?
We are just about to come into Rector here.
Okay. All right, so once again, Micah Stevens out in the George Kell Storm Tracker. They are right through here. This is, we're also having some aliasing issues with the radar, if you notice here. But take our word for it, some really strong 60 to 80 mile per hour winds are blowing into the northern parts of Greene County right now, heading toward Beech Grove, Marmaduke, and into Paragould.
The Clay County Sheriff, not the Clay County
We need
Sheriff.
to work on something. Apparently, our app switched to something else and lost our live shot. So if we could work on that. So this new severe thunderstorm warning right now is for destructive hail or destructive wind on this. I'm going to widen out. That is not a tornado warning, but it's still very significant. We've got the confirmed tornado over in Stone County, and then we've got the tornado warning for this area right here, which is going to continue to move east. This is coming into Imboden. It is coming into the Ravenden area. Here's Imboden right here on the right side of your screen. Here's Ravenden. This is the possible tornado, and we're having some kind of aliasing issues, but trust me, right here is where the rotation is. New update now has it right here. This is coming into the Ravenden-ish area, passing north of Annieville. I would warn people about our live stream right now. We're having an issue with our live stream, so hopefully you can watch us. We're on Roku apps. We're on Facebook right now. We have several different ways that you can watch right now.
The live stream should be coming back here
But
soon.
the live streams come back up here in just a minute. Gotta love technology. But once again, rotations in the northwestern parts of Lawrence County, that prompted the tornado warning that does include the Pocahontas area. We've got extremely strong winds coming into the northern parts of Greene County right now. That severe thunderstorm warning is what is classified as a destructive storm. And then here's the confirmed tornado in Stone County. and it just still looks like this is still on the ground. Let me zoom in a little closer. This is Highway 5 here. Our rotation is right here.
Can we look at
were
that
seeing a
RDOT
debris
camera
signature.
that's-
It's still there.
Let's take a look at the RDOT camera. That's going to come real close to that RDOT camera.
Well, let's sit here and just watch it. So this is looking southbound. Looks like there's a bridge right there. I don't know if you can tell what river that would be.
That wouldn't be the White River.
Let me look here.
That would be a creek. That Little Raccoon Creek is what that is.
I would have never guessed that in a million years.
I had to zoom down onto the map. So
right.
I'm looking back. That's looking south. So that camera is actually looking away from the storm. Now the tornado would be.
There's not a northbound camera?
It's not a northbound camera, but
Okay.
just looking at it and looking where the area of rotation is, that tornado would, if it's still on the ground, would come real close to that camera here in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
All right. I want to continue going back and forth to that camera and continue having somebody watch that because we definitely, 100%, without a doubt, have a tornado right here.
And they're working on a new tornado warning downstream. That would probably move into northern Independence County.
Tell you what we're going to do here. We're going to widen out, and this is going to include parts of Independence County. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and show you guys where that's probably going to be. Here's Batesville. Here's Cave City. Cushman's over here also. What's probably going to happen is it's going to look something, I don't know if they'll go that far with it. It'll probably look something like this will be the new tornado warning that they have. So we'll keep that on there to kind of give you an idea of where Batesville is. That is a confirmed tornado. So Batesville, we need you to watch this closely. Cushman's up here. If this holds together, it's going to probably come really, really close to Batesville. I doubt the next warning is going to include Batesville, but as we were saying earlier, I just don't see anything that's going to make these storms weaken. Especially
that storm right there. It's out by itself. There's nothing to the south of it. It's just going to feed into some of that juicy air that's in place. I don't want to forget about our friends to the north. The area of rotation continues. It's not as strong as that area of rotation to the south. That's good news. Strong winds, though, moving into northwestern Lawrence County, Anneville to Imboden. That's where I'm looking at right now, possible area of rotation. New tornado warning, Cleburne, Independence, Stone County.
That debris, by the way, went up to 13,000 feet.
The warning goes all the way to the west sides of Batesville, includes Marcella, south of Cushman.
Okay.
But this goes all the way to the west sides of Batesville.
Well, they did extend it on out. And I kind of like that idea. When you have a confirmed tornado like that, it is a good idea to go ahead and warn downstream. I mean, you cannot get more of a precise look at radar at what a tornado is than that right there. That's your tornado. It is confirmed. It's there. It's on the ground. It's lofting debris 13,000 feet into the air right now, and it is heading toward Batesville. We need this thing to weaken.
And just to think, that's looking at that storm. The Little Rock radar is picking that up from 65 miles away. The Little Rock radar is 65 miles away from that storm. So that's a pretty strong tornado that's lofting that debris into the air. Hopefully it's just a bunch of trees and woods out there. Hopefully nobody's home. It's rural parts of Stone County, but people do live down there. And it's getting closer to a more populated area as it moves into Independence County. So everybody really from Batesville to the west, along the White River in Independence County, that's places like Deshay and Bethesda. You need to be in your tornado safe spot now.
This is not a weak tornado. Debris lofted 13,000. Did you say we lost the camera on Highway 5?
Just lost the camera.
Probably lost power.
All right, so this right here, new update, still seeing the debris signature there. This is probably minimum EF2. Minimum EF2 tornado on the ground right now. This isn't some quick spin up. This isn't anything like that. Minimum EF2 with debris being lofted to 13,000 feet. Okay, we got a lot of storms to talk about, so we need everybody from Mountain View to Batesville in your tornado safe spot. Batesville, it's some time out. It's some time out there, but let's go ahead and start moving to our safe spots. That wind is now well into Greene County.
Not getting any reports of damage yet, but I would not be surprised. Leif to Marmaduke to Rector. Rector got hit about a month and a half ago with a possible tornado. Another area of strong winds going to move through Marmaduke and Rector here in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
We have power outages.
We're starting to get power. Dinah Davis.
We have power outages in Ripley County. That's understandable with all the wind that we saw go through there. 237 people are without power in Ripley County. In Fulton County, 136 are currently without power. And over in Randolph County, 67 do not have power.
Okay.
We have some hail from Sharp County Sheriff Shane Russell. Golf ball size hail looks like there. You can see the phone. That's the iPhone that's next to it. That's some large hail. Thank you to Sheriff Russell in Sharp County. Let's go back to Max 2. I'm doing a storm track on this storm. I'm going to go from the area of debris and move it off towards the east at 35 miles per hour. Marcella 1058. It is 1048 right now. You got about 10 minutes in Marcella. Bethesda to 1107. Big Spring Mill 1113, 1121, and Batesville and in Salado 1128. One thing that looks can be deceiving, that the area rotation is still pretty strong with that storm in Stone County, but the debris signature doesn't look as impressive. Maybe it has lifted, maybe it's, but I wouldn't want to bet on that. That's still a very strong area of rotation. That's just crossed Highway 5, just north of that RDOT camera, and this continues to move off towards the east. Let's give you some areas here in Stone County. So Iron Mountain Road, Ruby Lane, Petters Road, Highway 5. That's what we're looking at. Eventually moving towards Hurricane Hollow Road, Bob Davis Mountain Road, Totten Road, Jensen Road, St. James Community, Lindsay Hill Road, Lily Road, and then eventually over towards Lock Number 3 Road there along the White River. As that moves across the White River, that will move into Independence County. That area rotation remains very, very strong. If you live in Batesville, you need to be in your tornado safe spot and start making it there now. Continue to watch these storms up towards the north. So tornado warning remains in effect for northern parts of Lawrence County. Southern Randolph County does include Pocahontas, O'Kane. In Bowdoin, the area rotation is not as strong as it was. That's good news there. But still treat that storm with respect. Strong winds along the Greene and Clay County lines, Knob directed to Marmaduke. Some very strong gusty winds there, but the storm of the hour is still down here in Stone County. Still very strong rotation along and just to the north of Highway 5 there in now eastern parts of Stone County, getting closer and closer to the White River, getting closer and closer to Independence County.
I'm just checking right now to see if there's any other reports that on here. All right. A lot of you are sending in tweets of the lightning. The lightning show is just wild.
I don't know if your Mac system is showing it, but the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Greene County, Clay County, and that little slither of Dunklin County, it does have a tornado possible tag on it. So we'll have to continue to watch that with those strong winds. It's not popping up on my computer, but you still see those strong winds, and maybe some little embedded areas that could tighten up if it had a chance. But Nothing. I say nothing. I'm watching this little area that's near Marmaduke.
That's a lot of wind coming. Let's check in, by the way, with Micah right now. Micah is out in the George Kell Storm Tracker with Matt Bowman. And Micah, where are you? What are you doing? What are you seeing?
Hey, yeah, so I'm sitting here in Rector looking back off to the west. I got strong winds being reported. Did have a sheriff reporting. I'm sitting here next to Rector Police Chief, but he just said their sheriff was reporting about 60 to 65 mile-an-hour winds there. Back at the airport, you said there? Back at the airport, but those winds are starting to move in here now. We're going to kind of sit here, and I think we're going to kind of see what these winds are like as they move their way through. The tornado threat, not really overly concerned. There has been some broad rotation, but this primarily looks like a wind deal. An insane shelf cloud with this storm as it was moving its way in. If there's pictures of that are on social media, but just an insanely strong windstorm that is getting ready to move in right to the heart of Rector.
Yeah, that's going to really put, I wouldn't be surprised to start seeing some power outages in that area also.
Some good news to pass along. The tornado warning that was in effect for Randolph County and Lawrence County, the Weather Service had gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning. So just a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Sharp, Lawrence, Randolph, Greene, and Clay counties. But we still have the tornado warning, the confirmed tornado warning in Stone County that's moving towards Independence County.
All right, let's go back. So I'm going to widen out, kind of recap everything. I've got a lot going on, so I just want to make sure everybody's caught up to speed real fast. Let's put it on the radar. First of all, Blytheville to Jonesboro to Harrisburg, there's not a lot going on, but there's not nothing. I mean, there's a few little cells popping out ahead of this that we'll have to watch. We've got some heavy rain in Clay County. We've got some really gusty winds coming out of Clay County into places like Leif and Marmaduke and over into Rector also. Severe thunderstorm warning instead of a tornado warning now for Randolph County and Lawrence County. That's great news for them. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of gusty winds. Not seeing a tornado threat through here at the very moment, but we have a confirmed tornado right now with this storm that is south of Mountain View heading toward the Batesville area. We got a new scan here, new sharp increase right now southeast of Mountain View of the debris signature. It is right there. It has crossed Highway 5 now. We're going to go a little closer. This is near Hurricane Hollow Road. This is north of Bob Davis Mountain Road, and this continues to move to the east. So that is a tornado. This is St. James. So if you know where St. James is, you know where County Road 89 is. It's just down to the southwest. It's moving east. It's going to be coming near Lily Lane, Lindsay Hill Road, and then continuing on to Independence County. So this is going to be Bethesda here. Let's see, we just got a new scan in, so I really want to look at it real fast. Still the debris signature's there, but it broadened out just a little bit. Still
it looked
there.
like, so it was really tight south of Mountain View,
Golly.
and then it broadened out, and I think it tightened back up, and then it's broadened back out again. So this storm's probably cycling.
Yeah. I'm really concerned with this one. It has obviously been the strongest storm that we have. Here is Batesville. Here is Cave City. 167 connects them. This is the White River here. What river is this that comes into the White River?
That one's Highway 5. Oh, that river. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. I have to look.
It's slipping my mind right now, but it's coming right down through here. It's going to cross out of Stone County and into Independence County here shortly. But the wind signature on this right now, highly impressive. I would not be surprised if this holds together. That's still a debris signature that is broadening. And what I mean by that is it's the debris signatures, it lifts the debris and then it expands out. And a lot of times that could indicate that it's weakening, kind of letting go of the debris. until I see that signature loosen up even more and maybe even become a little bit more displaced from the wind. Because if you notice, here's the debris signature, and if you notice, it's kind of in line with where the wind is right now.
And that rotation is still pretty strong.
It is very strong.
That's Highway 14 that's running right along the river there.
Okay.
So that's Cross Highway 5. That's facing Cross Highway 14. And looking at Cushman's not officially in the tornado warning, but if I was in Cushman, I would move to my tornado safe spot right now.
Yeah. This is going to be coming, crossing over. There's a new scan. Now that may have weakened a little bit. This is coming near Pleasant Grove, Marcella, O'Neill. Bethesda is going to be next in line with this. I want to zoom down a little closer so we can get some more of these communities in here, maybe. Tell you what we'll do. I'll just put a storm track on it. What's the movement on this?
Last I looked, it was to the east at 45.
All right, so we'll put a storm track. I'm going to make it kind of wide here as we continue moving east. Marcella at 11 o'clock, Harmontown at 11:05, Bethesda 11:07, Big Spring Mill at 11:12, Batesville holds together 11:18, Moorfield 11:23, Sulphur Rock coming in 11:29, and any farther out than that, we're just going to watch and see if it's going to hold together. That's outside of.
It's outside the polygon. If it does hold together, that would move into northern Jackson County, but that's still an hour away or so.
Yeah. All right. Let me clear this off of here. Let's watch this debris signature some more. Let me zoom in. There's the rotation about to cross near Lily Lane. We should get a new scan here shortly. So here it is right here. I'd be willing, I really would hope that would just go away. That would be really nice.
It would be, but
while we're waiting for a new scan on this one, once again, this is the tornado warning that's coming into the western parts of the Batesville area. While we're waiting on this, let's check in with Micah Stevens, who's in Greene County, with Matt Bowman in the George Kell Storm Tracker. And you found the rain. What all's going on in Greene County?
Yeah, and really heavy rain. Also got some very strong winds. We're coming out of the south side. We came through Rector. Now we're crossing into Greene County. So we're going to work our way back down to the south, try to get out of this rain. And we also want to get ourselves back into Jonesboro and that sort of area and watch that storm that's out to the west that does have that confirmed tornado warning with it. Just want to be back into Jonesboro and that sort of area in case that storm holds together so we can get a view on it there.
All right, appreciate that update, Micah. They're kind of adjusting to get in position to follow some of these other storms. That debris signature on the latest scan is still there.
that's still concerning, and that's starting to move into Independence County. And the next scan should probably put that storm either right over the White River or just on the east side of the White River. Got a report the tornado siren's going off in Walnut Ridge. No tornado threat there at the moment, just some heavy rain. The tornado warning was discontinued for Lawrence County and Randolph County. Just got some heavy rain, some gusty winds from Piggott to Leif over to Walnut Ridge and Pocahontas. But we'll have to watch, especially the leading edge of that, for any spin-ups. But right now, that area of rain is behaving. The area that we're watching right now is still back Stone County, moving into Independence County, waiting for a new scan, new velocity scan. Still looking at that area of rotation. We still have that debris signature maybe starting to come down just a little bit. That's some good news as that moves closer to Batesville. Bad news is it could strengthen back up at any time, and then we'll continue to have to watch the back edge of these storms. Now, some good news also there. The storms back off towards the west have been behaving. The severe thunderstorm that was back towards the west, that has died down just a little bit. And this storm looks like it's on a little bit of weakening trend. Still have a lot of lightning with that storm. Still have the area of rotation fixing across the White River. But that storm is a little bit weaker than it was when it was back just to the south of Mountain View.
We have some more outages to report, and this especially goes along with what we've been seeing come out of Stone County. 364 people so far are without power in Stone County. And then in Sharp County, 64. Fulton, 144 are reporting they have no power. And Butler County, Missouri, 39.
And I'm sure we'll see probably more power outages out of Stone County as those trickle in. The Weather Service in Little Rock has gone ahead and bumped the tornado warning down to just a regular tornado warning, not a confirmed tornado. They believe the tornado may have lifted, but still a tornado warning continues for eastern parts of Stone County, northern and northwestern parts of Independence County until 11:30 this evening. And I can see that area of rotation has weakened just a bit. That broad area, you see where those lighter colors are, getting close to the White River. That's debris that's still probably up in the air, but the tornado threat there may be down just a tad bit, but still treat this as a tornado on the ground. Tornado warning does remain in effect for Independence County and parts of Stone County for the next 30 minutes.
Just kind of scanning through here. I think the debris signature's popping back up. Am I off base here? I mean, I still think we may have something right here. It may.
The Weather Service they're acting like there may be some debris that's starting to fall out of the storm, but
That could be.
but let's treat it as a tornado still on the ground.
Yeah, I would. I'd still, if you're from Batesville to Bethesda, there's a new scan coming in. Let's see if we get a new debris scan in also. If continue to see something that like that or worse, I'm going to assume that there's still a tornado on the ground west of Batesville. And we haven't talked much about it, but heavy rain. I mean, we're getting, we've been in a drought for a while, and some of these places are getting, they're not going to catch up, but they're getting a substantial amount of rainfall. So still waiting to look to see if this is a debris signature still on this storm. It's about to cross over the White River.
And we still have pockets of probably at least some nickel to dime, maybe quarter-sized hail.
Yeah.
One pocket between north of Halliday and west of Marmaduke. Another pocket back north of Smithville.
Oh, yeah. So you're talking about right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. That might be not, honestly, it may not be too far from, look at this, from where Micah is right now. Yeah, there's a hail core there north of, between Paragould and Marmaduke right now. It's right. All right, Micah joins us now. Micah, where are you at? And I can hear it. You're getting some hail.
Yeah, we are in Marmaduke. Do have some hail coming down. It's not very big, pretty small. Probably less than quarters easily. Probably would guess somewhere between about dime and nickel size. But do have some hail coming down. It's not a lot. The main thing is just very heavy rainfall. It's torrential downpours. We had near zero visibility just a couple of minutes ago.
All right, boy, that is some loud rain going on right now. All right, appreciate that update, Michael. We'll get back to you here in just a bit. I'm locked in on this storm.
I think that storm is starting to wrap back up.
I mean, this thing has a hook on it. This has a hook. I want to show the wind on it. I still think we got something right here. I mean, look at the debris. I still think we have something there.
I think so too. That it's probably cycling back to re-strengthening. as it's crossing into Independence County. I've been looking at weather cameras. I was looking at in Paragould, some very strong winds in Paragould right now. The weather service is also starting to pick up on a new meso starting to develop with that storm moving in Independence County. So we're starting to see that storm cycle. I would not be surprised to see another tornado drop, and if it were to drop in this area, this would move into Batesville. We can't stress enough, if you live in Batesville, you need to be moving to your tornado safe spot. Got a report of the sirens going off in Newark. You're not under a tornado warning officially in Newark, but we're going to watch it. If this holds together, this will move towards Newark. So it's not a bad deal that the tornado sirens are going off in Newark. But I think that the storm is really starting to tighten back up.
Yeah. All right, we're getting new scans coming in. Look at the wind here. So you look at the wind right here. Look at the debris. It's not as impressive. I mean, I'm not seeing it. I'm not as concerned right there. But this storm, here's what I'm afraid of. This storm is strong. This storm is real strong. If you're just now joining us, or you're just now paying attention to this, this was lofting debris 13,000 plus feet into the atmosphere. There has been a strong correlation to how much height the debris has to the rating. 10, 20 years ago, meteorologists would have made fun of other meteorologists for trying to rate a tornado minutes after it comes through. But with technology now, I can confidently say this is probably going to be an EF2 tornado that we saw south of Mountain View. And it wouldn't shock me at all if it doesn't come back that it was an EF3. That's how confident I am in what we were seeing on radar just a little bit ago. I've got some other meteorologists behind the scenes also that are looking at this and analyzing different levels of it. So appreciate them also. I think we briefly had a very large tornado. And so that is why, when we're still seeing stuff like that, could it be debris still falling out? Could be. I'm afraid, though, this thing's going, let me go back to radar. I'm afraid this thing's going to get right about here and really, really ramp up. So I just really, really want to make sure that as this moves into more populated areas, that you've called all these people. If I hear from someone that says, man, we were in the path of the tornado and you said to call someone, I got 9 phone calls. Great. I'm glad you got 9 phone calls. It means there's 9 people that, wanted to make sure you were taking cover. Text some people through here and make sure they're taking cover through this. We are sitting at 11:10 right now. So some people might be asleep now on this tornado warning.
Yeah, and there's nothing out here that would impede this storm from strengthening again. That's just a blunt truth that we need to keep in the back of our mind. It's still in a very conducive environment to produce another tornado as this moves off towards the east, and it's getting later into the night. People are going to sleep, like Ryan said. And if you're about to go to bed and you live in places like Tuckerman and Newport and Jonesboro, have a way to get those warnings this evening, because we still have a long time before this line pushes on through, and we still have a pretty juiced up atmosphere across a good portion of Region 8 this evening.
Unfortunately, this is not going to be done at midnight. This is going to be a late night situation. We went on a wide perspective to kind of give you an idea of what we've got going on right now. Strong wind coming through Greene County, came through Clay County. The National Weather Service issued this big severe thunderstorm warning that includes the Boot Hill, Clay County, northern parts of Mississippi County, might even include some of Craighead County, and they put the tagline on it of a tornado possible. This really strong wind coming in, you could get some little spin-up tornadoes on it. You got a severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County and Randolph County for this complex of storms, not a tornado warning. So a lot of this is wind-driven, could have some large hail with it also. Let's see if we've got still the hail signature. Yeah, we still do. Probably just went through the Marmaduke area, which Micah confirmed that just a little bit ago. Probably have some hail over here also, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, getting close to Highway 67.
You know, right through there, I would say. Let me stop this. I'd be willing to bet if we kind of took a volume scan of this, this is going to have some hail with it. There it is. There's some hail cores with this one right here also. So these are all severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And then we've got the tornado warning, which does include Independence County. Not as concerning as what it was. Let's look at the wind. It's tightening back up right here. Debris, not there. I see some inflow on it. The wind is tightening up though again. Look at this. Yeah, so it's tight. There's really kind of two areas. There's a little place south of Cushman also.
Yeah. This is right in the Bethesda area, Harmontown, Earnhardt. So looking at places like Gill Road, Earnhardt Road, Harmontown Road, Edwards Lane, Gordon Lane, Willow Lane, Pat Drive, north of the river.
I wonder if they're going to issue a downstream warning on this. They haven't said anything else about it.
They haven't said anything about it yet. Just as I said that, the Weather Service, there's somebody at the Weather Service who's typing in the chat. You can see, we can see that at the bottom. We'll see what they throw in here in just a little bit. But yeah, I see, like you said, there's two areas of rotation. One just south of Cushman, one just on the south side, south of Bethesda.
My concern is this doesn't officially include some parts of Batesville and their phones aren't going off.
Yeah. They're trimming back the warning. They're watching for the storm to possibly cycle, but this warning goes for another 16, 17 minutes. If you're in Batesville,
let's go to Micah right now for an update. Micah?
Hey, just talking about that tornado warn cell that you guys were on, it looks to me like it may have twins.
Yeah, that's what we were just sitting there talking about, two
tornadoes
different areas of rotation.
Yeah, definitely looks like you could have twin tornadoes on there.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we're kind of talking with the Weather Service right now to get them to issue a downstream warning on this.
if you're awake and you have people, if you have a family or friends live on the west sides of Batesville, or excuse me, the east sides of Batesville, Sulphur Rock, Newark, even down towards Old Trough. You go ahead and get your tornado safe spot. There's two distinct areas of rotation. One that's near Bethesda, the other one that's near Cushman, that's coming down towards Batesville. Let's go ahead and it has a history of producing a tornado, and a pretty big tornado, a damaging tornado in Stone County. So let's not treat like, oh, this storm does, I'm not under a tornado warning in Sulphur Rock or Moorfield. Treat this as a storm that's probably going to have a tornado warning in Moorfield and Sulphur Rock.
Here's my concern. We got two areas of rotation. This polygon ends right here, and because of technology, I'm gonna zoom in so you can see these streets. If you live right here, your phone went off. You got the WIA alerts, the wireless emergency alerts here, but if you're over here, your phone didn't go off.
And that's a good part of Batesville. That's Lyon College, that's downtown, that's over towards the hospital, that didn't get that alert.
So if you can, you know what? If you'll talk for just I'll just send out an alert.
So yeah, let's go ahead and just give you I want to give a wide path on this. This is moving towards the east at about, I'll put it down there at 40 miles per hour. I'm gonna have to zoom out, so let me clear this out, because I want to get people downstream and all the way to Jackson County, give you a a sense of a time of arrival when this could get to you. Take it down 40 miles per hour, get it to Tuckerman. So about 11:14 in Big Spring Mill, Batesville 11:22. It's 11:16 now. You got about 5 minutes before this moves into downtown Batesville. Moorfield 11:27, Gainsboro 11:30, 11:33 in Sulphur Rock, 11:39 in Magnus, 11:41 in Newark, 11:50 in Elgin, 11:57 in Tuckerman. And that new tornado warning has just come out. This
There it is.
this goes up. Your alerts kept going off in Cave City, Corden, Charlotte, over to Elgin. Not quite probably to Tuckerman, but up to Saffel. So this is for northern Independence County, northwestern Jackson County, southwestern Lawrence County, southern parts of Sharp County. And this goes until
And they made that wide enough
midnight.
to include both areas of rotation.
Yeah.
So, good. So 1, 2 right here. They're gonna kind of this polygon kind of takes in both of those. So I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna widen out. What did they say that movement was?
towards the east at 35.
Just slow moving. All right. So leading edge of this, moving to the east at 35. Let's put some storm tracks on. Limedale 11:18, Batesville 11:27, Moorfield 11:34, Sulphur Rock 11:41, Elgin at midnight 01.
Take a look at the south side camera.
Oh,
We
yeah.
should be able to watch this storm come as it comes across the mountain there. A lot of lightning, not a lot of rainfall there in south side. That makes sense. The storm's still off towards your north and west. But gusty winds, a lot of lightning. Not going to be able to see a lot with this storm, but you see just how electric the storm is, how energized the storm is, and how much this storm still has a lot of energy to work with as it moves off towards the east.
I spoke with the mayor of Mountain View, Roger Gardner. He said that there's small debris, trees down. Most hit south of them. They're trying to get some pictures for us.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. I'd like to. It wouldn't be bad to listen to hear the county sheriff's department or something, since it's out of the city limits of Mountain View. See what we got. If they drove down Highway 5, they would see where it crossed somewhere.
Somewhere between Highway 9 and Highway 5. The sheriff has been sending some information into NWS chat whenever the tornado was on the ground.
Good.
So he's probably got his hands full down there in southern, just watching things and trying to get damage assessments in southern Stone County. And probably the cell service up there is already spotty at times, so there may be some cell issues, especially in southern parts of Stone County. Let's go back to Max 2. And we'll just show you what we're talking about right now. We've got an area of rotation that is around Cushman, just south of Cushman. South and east of Cushman, Clacton Loop area, Allen Road, Clacton Loop. I believe that's going to be the area that was hit by the tornado last year. That's going to go towards Hickory Valley, Sandtown, Pfeiffer. And then you have this area rotation that's on the south side of this, that's around Bethesda and Earnhardt, that's riding along the White River, and that's moving into the west sides of Batesville. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot. If you're in Batesville, if you're in Cushman, Cave City, you're under the tornado warning. And this goes all the way out to Saffel, Sulphur Rock, Newark, Corden, Charlotte, Dota, Gainsboro, and it does clip a small section of Jackson County and a small section of Lawrence County, Saffel, up to Strawberry. You are under that tornado warning as well. So the two areas of rotation, I'll draw this right here. So we got this area that's north and west of Batesville, and then you have this area that's more west and southwest of Batesville, moving towards the east at about 30 miles per hour.
So if we want to go back, if you go to Max 1 right now, I'll give you an idea of where that tornado was, confirmed tornado. We had some rotation north of Fox, and then it went south of Mountain View, crossed over Highway 5. And the reason it gets wider right here is because of what Aaron was just showing you. We kind of have two areas of rotation here, and then here's Batesville. So you can clearly see why we are so worried about Batesville, and why we are hoping that this thing falls apart, because it's making a direct line. The rotation is to the Batesville area, so we really need this thing to weaken considerably. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Greene County. Let me zoom in on this, and you can see the heavy rain that continues to fall north of Paragould. Leif seeing some heavy rain. They had some strong wind. Auburn and Kennett seeing heavy rain. Walnut Ridge right now, I'm sure, I haven't looked at the weather camera lately, but I'm sure it's rocking and rolling.
A lot of heavy rain.
A lot of heavy rain.
Wind doesn't look terrible there in Walnut Ridge right now. A lot of the
Let's
heavy
go to
rain,
Walnut
lightning.
Ridge camera. And we can get a lot of lightning.
A lot of lightning, but the wind doesn't look terrible there. So, and just looking around, places like Pocahontas still have some lightning and some rain showers. The heaviest of the rain is now south of Pocahontas. The rain's starting to move into Paragould. I'm looking at the Paragould camera right there. Baptist, the wind has died down. A while ago, it was pretty windy there in Paragould, but the wind has died down, but the rain's starting to start to pick up here soon.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these cameras. Let's go to Paragould, and then there's Paragould right now. If you look to the northwest, the rain really hasn't moved in right there where the hospital is. But boy, there's a light show going on, and there is nobody on the road right now. That's what we like to see, because that means people were prepared. They're staying inside. They're staying in a place where they can take cover if they need to. But we have some really pretty bad storms to the north that have severe thunderstorm warnings with them right now, and also some really gusty winds.
I'm looking at these storms. They're really starting to congeal together, I guess is the best word to say, from Kennett all the way to Mountain View.
Let's go to max 2.
They're not as discreet as they were, especially that storm in Independence County as it was earlier. But they're not making a push. They're kind of moving over the same area, so we're going to see some heavy rain over the next little while for these storms as they move off towards the east. Now, the storms we'll have to watch is kind of like this area south of Walnut Ridge where you see these little notches. Take a look at the velocity there. Maybe a little bit of rotation trying to develop near Alicia, Menor and north of Alicia. We'll have to keep an eye on that there in Lawrence County. We still have those two areas of rotation. I think this southern area may be trying to take back over as it moves into Batesville. And then we'll have to watch further down along that line. But these storms that are back south of Mountain View, moving into northern parts of Cleburne County, those are not too terribly strong at this time. So we'll watch this area of rotation that looks like it may be trying to tick up just a little bit around Batesville.
I tell you what, I don't know if JPD's listening or not, but you're about to have a big convoy of storm chasers come through Jonesboro. So be aware of that.
Well, I'm not too concerned right now near Menor. We'll still have to watch that area. Maybe some broad rotation near Menor and south of Hoxie. That'll move up towards Sedgwick. And eventually drift to the south and east as this cold front starts to move in and starts to push some of this to the south. It's just not making any headway though. But the strongest storm of the evening continues in Independence County. And that area of rotation around Batesville is starting to tick back up, Ryan.
Oh man! All right, so let's go back to yeah, there it is. It's coming right into town right now. Yeah, a little worried about that.
Batesville and South Side. That's what we're looking at. Let's take a look at the South Side camera.
Real fast. So that's it right there. Wind's blowing pretty good. Lots of lightning out there. Still people out and about. Well, that's looking right toward the rotation.
Yeah.
We may stick with that here, and it's tightening up. If you don't mind, let's keep this on here. Help me look for power flashes on this. I don't see any debris signatures on here, but keep in mind this is
Still about 50 miles from the radar.
this is tightening up right on top. I'm watching there in the distance to see if we get any. There's a lot of cars out there. Oh, okay, you can see the lowering now. Let me see if I can zoom in on that. Did you see that, what I'm seeing? Let's see. All right, so I'm going to stay on this camera here for just a minute because you could see a lowering when you get a good flash out there.
I'm texting my nephew. He's up in the Cave City shelter. His house is in the south side. I'm telling him stay in Cave City. Let's not go down the south side just yet.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That area rotation just intensified even more. So I'm really concerned. Right there, south side of Batesville, in the south side.
I'm pointing the right direction here.
Yeah.
All right. I tell you what, Cass, keep watching that. I want to show people on radar real fast. Let's go to Max real fast. And let me show you the wind here. Let me slide back over to Batesville. There's the tornado warning here. There is the rotation right through here. Oof, it is tightening up right there. Okay, so the camera sits here. Here's where everything's tightening up just a little bit. Right here, there's the new scan coming in. Camera sits right here. We're looking off to the north. So, is that a debris signature?
I'm waiting for another scan, but I'm worried.
All right, I'm gonna, let's see. Let's go back to the camera at Southside. All right, we're looking directly at where this is. So what we're looking for is power flashes in the distance. We're looking for any kind of lowering there in the distance. I see the base of the clouds. I just now saw that. If I am not seeing a lowering there, but I mean that doesn't mean much.
No, and it could still be
A little bit farther.
a little
out.
bit farther to the west.
We need everybody in Batesville and Southside, Moorfield, Sulphur Rock. We need you in your tornado safe spots right now. Right now. Ooh. All right, we're going to continue to watch that for here just a minute. And see if we see any more. I'm going to go back to...
It's gonna get.
Let's briefly go back to radar for just a second. All right, so looking at the wind, I mean, I can't tell if it's right here, that should be more concerned, but let me look at a couple other things. Okay, it would be right here. That's what I'm looking at. So I guess there would be something here if there's any. I don't see anything terribly concerning. Boy, they got a little hook right here.
Yeah, I'm scanning. This is going to be right to the north of the camera in south side, and I'm not seeing a lowering.
Yeah, you'd almost have to go to the north now, wouldn't you?
Yep. I'm trying to scan around.
And I didn't see that. That's all good. That's all that's really good signs. All right, looks like the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's keep watching that. Batesville, stay in your safe spot. I want to go look and check everything else out real fast. Got severe thunderstorm warnings continuing right now. from Lawrence County and Randolph County through Greene County. Still some gusty wind has been reported with this. Still looks like a lot of gusty wind. Becoming a little bit more outflow dominant, so I wouldn't anticipate getting anything tornadic up here. But some gusty winds. They're updating some of these warnings now. You see them flashing here. We definitely have some heavy rain also. You can see the rain finally starting to come a little bit farther down to the south. Micah joins us now. Micah, looks like you're in a little bit better weather to drive in. Where are you and what do you got to do?
Yeah, we're in Brooklyn right now, so we got the Sonic over here on the left, the gas station, Taco Bell over here on the right. Wanted to say the fire department or emergency management in Lawrence County did report golf ball sized hail in Hoxie. So that is something else to note with those storms that are passing through Lawrence County and into Greene County. We're diving south. We're going to go through Jonesboro, and then we're going to go back down towards Fisher, Harrisburg, Waldenburg kind of area, and get in position for kind of catching the backside of that next storm moving out of Batesville.
All right.
Let's go to the south side camera. There might be just a tad bit of a lowering. It's kind of hard to see. You got to look at the top of the.
Yeah.
And if you look, there's kind of a little shelf there. Kind of look where the the little Martin bug is, and you got to look at the right lightning strike. But there may be just a tad bit of a lowering right there. So I'm not seeing anything that's coming out of the cloud, but we may just have a bit of a wall cloud that is starting to push through Batesville and South Side as it pushes down towards as it pushes to the east. Also starting to see hail starting to creep back up north of Batesville.
Some pretty famous storm chasers are coming through Jonesboro right now. Just got a text from Brandon Kopic, if you guys remember, is the one who caught the video from Lake City that was just scary as can be to watch unfold. But he's coming through Jonesboro right now, heading toward that storm that is coming through Batesville at the moment. Oh yeah, I see the lowering you're talking about now. Briefly.
It's kind of hard to see because it's nighttime. You got to get the right lightning strike, but there is a bit of a lowering that's there in central parts of Independence County, and that would make sense. There's some inflow into the storm there. The
Try to go a little bit. Can we go a little bit more to the right, or is there much to see there? I'm just sitting here looking at radar, trying to match this up a little bit more. We're definitely be able to see it, but maybe a little bit more than that. We're getting to the pole there. Yeah, there's definitely some lowering going on there. Let me look at radar. This falls under now one of the storms where if it produces a tornado, you don't ever trust it again. That's where I am with to this one.
You're probably getting some large hail Pfeiffer down to the north sides of Batesville right now as that moves off towards the east. I'm also looking at some other areas, maybe another little hail core near Light. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Greene County, and some heavy rains moving through Greene County right now, back into Lawrence County. Thankfully, at this time, the only tornado warning we have is for Independence County.
And I still think that's warranted. I mean, just looking at radar. Let's go back to Max 1. And I want to show you something else. We're getting a lot of reports of hail from these storms, and that hail core right there. So this is Paragould. This is Light. this is going to be where Miss Addie's is. This is 141 going up through Stanford up to Beech Grove. So right there, kind of where Miss Addie's is, we're getting some pretty big hail going on. We had some golf ball size hail report in Hoxie just a little bit ago, and if you look, we've got a decent hail core right there between just to the east of Light. So between Light, this is north of let's say Crowley's Ridge State Park. So hail is still, in addition to some gusty winds, is also kind of a problem with this severe thunderstorm warning here. We'll go back down into, that's probably the greatest hail threat right there also.
That and there's an area, well, that hill has fallen, looks
Where's
like it's
this?
fallen out back towards Batesville.
Oh, okay. There's also some here. We'll go down a little bit more near Sedgwick. We'll go back down to Batesville. We're starting to get a little bit of a push southward on this line. Maybe it'll all kind of become a line and move on out and get out of here. Still some heavy rain, still some hail falling through here as well. Looking at the wind, Batesville is in the clear now, right there in the middle of town, but we're still watching a couple of areas here. Debris, not seeing any problems there. Definitely still some gusty winds though.
And I think as this line starts to make a push down towards the south, we'll start to lose a little bit of that tornado threat, but it is just taking its time getting pushed to the south, and there's still at least pockets of rotation within that tornado warning. Right now, I think most of it stays south of Cave City. A lot of it probably stays in Independence County. It should stay south of Sharp County and probably south of Lawrence County. And we're moving to Jackson County. If not any rotation, probably some very gusty winds, Gainesboro to Sulphur Rock, to Newark here before too long. And we'll just got a new scan in. Moving towards the east, I'm going to do about 35 miles per hour.
Let's go over to Max 2.
Sulphur Rock 1138, 1142 in Magnus, 1145 in Newark, Dota 1150, Elgin 1158, Remy 1202, Campbell Station 1206, Tuckerman 1207, Swifton at about 1216. So it's a late night into Independence and Jackson County. We still have areas of rotation there. Tornado warning remains in effect until 12 o'clock for 12 midnight for Independence County, Northern Independence, northwestern parts of Jackson, southwestern Lawrence, and southern parts of Sharp County.
We're going to have all kinds of eyes on this storm coming out of Independence County. You know, I told you just a little bit ago that a lot of chasers were coming down through Jonesboro. Every single one of them are on 226 right now. In fact, I don't know if we have a camera on 226, an RDOT camera still. Do they still have one there?
There should be one there at 226 and 67 or 57.
I bet here in just a minute you're going to see a big line of cars coming through there, because you know how it is these days. Once you have 2 or 3 chasers, you have 30 chasers.
We report a small hail north of Miss Addie's there in Greene County.
I believe it. All right, so we're going to continue to watch this. Let's go back to Max 1. Still watching this area. Batesville, you're good now. This rotation's kind of over here near Sulphur Rock. I do not think it's on the ground right now. What I do think is going on is I think Batesville's seeing some hail at the moment. There is a decent little hail core sitting right on top of Batesville right now. And you kind of scan through that and look at this in 3 dimensions. And you definitely have some heavy rain. Maybe not as much hail as I thought, but we'll keep an eye on that. Let me widen and go back out to, we're getting a lot of hail reports out of Greene County right now.
Starting to get some hail reports on the west sides of Paragould.
Are we?
That's from Mike McCammon.
All right. That's E91 Director and Greene County Emergency Manager. Micah joins us now. Micah, where are you at? What are you seeing?
Hey, we're on Red Wolf right now, driving through the heart of Jonesboro. But I did have I saw on Twitter here, or X, a report, pretty reliable source, Matthew Capucci, does have a broad wall cloud there, Sulphur Rock.
Sulphur Rock. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. That makes perfect sense there. All right, appreciate that. I'm checking with a lot of these.
They're going to stick with the tornado warning for now. Thank you, sir. They're going to stick with that tornado warning for now, but if the trend holds, it's been on a more of a downward cycle since it's moved out of Stone County, but still, we still have areas of rotation. They may drop that tornado warning down, but still, a tornado warning is in effect. They may let that tornado warning ride out before they cancel it. There's only about 20 minutes left on the warning.
On the Independence?
On the Independence County warning.
You know, as long as it has that wall cloud, I'm not sure if they will or not. Or it could be the opposite. You know, a lot of times in Oklahoma, when you have 35 chasers all the way around it and they can tell you when it drops, they may not issue a warning, which I'm kind of good with that also. We're getting some really gusty wind right now. Also, you had the hail reports coming out of Paragould. What's the camera look like in Paragould? Heavy rain.
Heavy rain.
Oh,
wind.
there's some wind. Let's go to the Paragould. There it is. Oh man, look at that. Look at these. Look at the trees here. That is vivid light show. Heck of a storm coming through right now. Getting a lot of hail reports west of town. That wind is pretty intense right now. Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, so this is what you would expect. Severe thunderstorm warning has winds of 58 miles per hour and hail the size of quarters, and I think we're getting both of those right now within that polygon. So let's pan that just a little bit to the left and see if we can. This building's not too terrible, though. I mean, it's heavy rain, but it's not crazy. Oh man, look at the wind! Though. Look at the wind going across the parking lot, just driving the rain through there. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get a little bit of tree damage out of that, also.
Yeah, they're starting. The Weather Service officer, they're seeing a good wind signature pushing into Paragould. This is from Batesville Mayor Rick Ellenbaugh, who right now says there's no reports of damage in Batesville, so that's some good news.
Good.
There. And just they're also looking at some of the nerdy stuff behind the scenes. Storms are starting to, the front's starting to catch up to the storms and starting to make them more elevated.
Yeah.
So that
Good.
They think in the next hour the tornado threat should really start to go down.
Good.
I think we can see that. You know, storms we don't have a lot of rotating storms right now. There's a lot of wind, and we'll continue to see a lot of wind, heavy rain, some hail. But hopefully, we're starting to see that tornado threat start to really start to diminish, not completely wind down, but start to diminish over the next 30 minutes to an hour.
You know, just look at that camera in Paragould. If people are scared of storms, I mean, that's a scary look there with the wind and the lightning and the hail and everything going on. So I kind of want to give, you know, people that are seeing, if you're hearing the hail and you're seeing the wind like you've got here, try not to panic. I understand we've had some really bad weather here, and because it's loud and because it just kind of feels rambunctious outside doesn't necessarily mean that we're in harm's way. So just hopefully everybody's got a little bit of piece of that, because I'm just looking at that right there, and if I was someone that has storm anxiety and I'm seeing the wind, and Sheriff Snyder just now said we got marble-sized hail falling out by 168 and 412, and had some over around Fontaine. That's loud, even at marble size. So you're good. Greene County, Lawrence County, you're getting some hail, you're getting some wind, but you're good. Let's take a look at radar. Let's go to Max 1 again. And this is an intense storm right now from Halliday to Paragould over to Light. Had reports of some of some decent size hail in some of these locations. You see these little darker areas here. So, yeah, it's raining hard. We've got some hail. We've got some gusty winds right now. Pretty gusty winds down here at Carriage Hills, south of Paragould. So you widen out here.
Some good news is they're fixing to cancel the tornado warning for Independence, Jackson, and Lawrence County. They'll keep an eye on it. They'll keep an eye on it. If the rotation starts to increase again, they'll reissue the warning. But they've gone ahead and just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson and Independence County and let that tornado warning and cancel that tornado warning.
I like it. So if you widen out right now, we've got a line of storms that's coming through right now. National Weather Service has dropped the tornado warning, but we continue with a severe thunderstorm warning down this line, and it's all kind of congealed together a little bit also. So just looking at the heavy rain, looking at the wind within the storm right now, there's still a few little notches here and there. Let me zoom in a little bit more. But I don't see anything. Yep, not that. I don't see anything too concerning right now. I mean, there's a little bit of something going on, but we'll keep an eye on it. Anything else new to pass along over there?
No, we had a report earlier of a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust in Rector when the storms were coming through Rector a little bit earlier. I've had reports of pea-sized hail in Kennett as well, but nothing bigger than that.
Okay.
And starting to hear the thunder here at the station as well. The storm's getting closer into Craighead County.
All right. So once again, there's a look at radar. I'm going to give you a look also at the lightning. I mean, we've been looking at a lot of the weather cameras here and just watching how much lightning has been coming from these storms. They continue to drift down to the south. Quite a light show. And a lot of times when you see an increase in lightning, that's an increase in the updrafts also. Stand by just a second. I'm going to switch out my batteries real fast.
Look at some of the weather cameras. Raining pretty good right now, south side. Raining pretty good in Paragould. The wind's kind of died down just a little bit there, a little bit maybe. But some very heavy rain in Paragould, heavy rain in south side. Rain hasn't quite made it to Jonesboro yet. Looks like the rain's also backed off in Pocahontas, and you can see that. Look at the radar. The rain it's really started to move out of Pocahontas. The heaviest rain stretches from Carothersville to Zenith and Cardwell to Paragould, over just to Sedgwick, and then kind of lightens up, then really picks back up in Independence and in Cleburne counties. But the good news is tornado warnings have been canceled. Got several counties still under severe thunderstorm warnings. With the majority, Pemiscot, Dunklin, Greene, Craighead. Clay County, you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, but the heaviest of that storm is now well Southview and in Lawrence County, and then Jackson and Independence County. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect up there as well. Rainfall, we've seen though some beneficial rain with some of these storms.
Yeah. If you go look, there's a pretty good swath there of 1 to 2 to 2.5 inches of rain. Once you get into the yellows, you get at least over 1 inch of rain. You get into these orange colors here, that's 2 inches of rain. This is all within the past 3 hours or so. So definitely a lot of beneficial rain coming with these storms that have been passing through. Now, of course, this rain's going to continue to push down to the south. Not sure if we'll see as much as, they were really getting some heavy rain in Fulton County earlier. So you see the radar estimates of 2.5 inches. I don't think we'll see 2.5 inches through the rest of this. You can see some 1-inch numbers coming out of Clay County and Randolph County. Earlier, the storms were just kind of parked right here in parts of Fulton County. So getting these storms moving just a little bit.
Scrolling through, seeing some of the reports I had. Like I said, we had some pea-sized hail and Kennett a little bit earlier. Some gusty winds in Corning, in Rector, and in Paragould. We had a report from Batesville. No damage there as the storms moved through Batesville.
A lot of hail reports to the northwest. Tree damage up in Ripley County, wind damage up in Butler County. And then now we continue with the severe thunderstorm warning. No tornado warnings though right now. Typically we'd go right back to regular programming, but kind of hanging with you here just a little bit longer. To be honest with you, I'm just kind of making sure that that storm around.
I'll just drop that and leave that there.
Yeah, I was just saying. Aaron's in here throwing stuff now, so.
I'm looking here in Independence County. Rotation may be displaced just a little bit. Some strong gusty winds, Newark, up highway. Oh goodness, what's the highway?
We've had some reports of a lowering in a funnel cloud through there.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be
rotation.
surprised if there was still a lowering, but that rotation is broad. I'm not overly concerned about it right now in Newark. Some gusty winds though, and as you also headed back towards Charlotte and Cord. Still some areas, some pockets of gusty winds north of Sedgwick as you head back up towards Fontaine, and then back towards Carriage Hills and Tech High School there in Paragould, and maybe south of Cardwell, south of Mr. T's there on AC Highway going back towards Red Onion and Happy Corners and Boynton there in northern Mississippi County. So severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect there as well.
I think overall things are starting to wind down, knock on wood. You can see that let's go to max 1, ton of lightning. 2,600 lightning strikes within the past 5 minutes. So we got a ton of lightning that continues out there. Severe thunderstorm warning continues all through this area. And officially they're going to keep that tornado possible on this one. I bet they drop that at some point. Jonesboro, you're not seeing any rain at the moment, but it is coming in. In fact, I hear the thunder
Got a
outside
loud
right
boom
now.
of thunder right there.
So sounds like we're about to get in on it here.
Looks like there's a pocket of some larger hail. I'm looking at the Boot Hill around Arbord.
Around Arbord. Oh yeah, I see. Right through here. Oh yeah, Arbord's probably getting some hail. You see this little magenta color here? We just kind of scan through there. Let's see if we see. Yeah, there it is. And a hail core in the middle of that, right there.
We also have pockets. Look at a small pocket of maybe some small hill. Batesville to Moorfield.
All right, so Jonesboro has still not had any rain, but we've got the thunder starting up here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning just issued, pushed further south to include Jonesboro.
Yep. So phones are going off of, not the wee alerts, but you're getting probably some alerts that say you guys for a thunderstorm warning. Paragould is seeing some heavy rain. Notice you got more heavy rain back to the west. That's going to be coming in. This has also had some hail reports with it. Now, this entire line is drifting down to the south. So, like I said, I don't think we'll see any 2-inch rainfall numbers anymore. But getting an inch of rain out of this is very, very possible. See if the Weather Service is saying anything. Weather Service has not. Some hail reports. Says some of the latest data has really cooled off significantly for storm development back to the southwest. That is great. So I think things are winding down a little bit.
And I'm starting to see, if you look like from Blytheville back to Jonesboro, there's been a good outflow pushed out of this storm. So really, these storms back to the north, they're going really cool areas undercutting those storms, so those will start to weaken.
Right there's the outflow boundary. There it is. So I think we're starting to get some, those are going to start gusting out a little bit. We'll stick with you for a little bit because I know you're hearing the thunder right now. There, let's see if we can clear this off. The thunder right now coming in to Jonesboro. Rain's easing back in Paragould. Hit this on the home. Whoop, there I go again. I don't want to go back to regular programming or kill coverage if there's any chance of anything. There's still some gusty wind over here. Think that's any concern? A couple of little areas of rotation northeast of Newark.
I'd be concerned if it was a little bit tighter. Let me loop it and see. It's still pretty broad, it looks like to me at the moment. If it started to tighten up, I'd get a little bit more concerned.
Yeah. All right. Now, you kind of look up through this line. You know, there are little areas that we're watching from time to time. You know, I see a little area right here. But it doesn't necessarily line up perfectly with where we'd anticipate. I mean, I guess you have a little bit of rotation here. You say that north of Jonesboro, near Bono, Sedgwick?
Yeah, oh, well, they just issued a new tornado warning for Independence and Jackson County.
Okay. There you
So,
go.
yeah, that area rotation
Guess
that's
we're
up
gonna
toward
stick here.
Cord.
Oh, yeah, it just tightened up quite a bit. See this?
Yep.
Especially when you switch over radar to Memphis. You can kind of see it better. So there we have it. There are tons of chasers around this also. And let's check in with Micah. He's heading that way. And Micah Stevens. Micah, new tornado warning in effect now. Are you guys heading that way?
Yeah, right now we're on 49 south of Jonesboro. Coming up on, going to be turning on to 384 here and headed towards Grubbs. And that should take us pretty close to where that tornado warning there in Jackson County. That rotation definitely picked up. You can see it really good from the Memphis radar. It's a little bit iffy on the Little Rock radar, but Memphis radar has pretty good grasp of it. So we'll be there probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. By the way, there's a lot of storm chasers around you also.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of them kind of in the general area.
All right, you got anything new over there?
Nothing at the moment. I'm trying to make sure there's no roads up there that might be closed from old flooding events or anything.
Gotcha.
'Cause there really hasn't been any flooding up there, so the only road that looks like it's closed is Highway 37 between 57 and Tuckerman.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're talking about. All right, so let's put a storm track on this. What did they say the storm track was?
Give me just a second.
Probably moving to the east at about 30.
Probably 30. Let's
5 maybe.
hop back over here in Little
Probably
Rock.
a little bit down
Chat.
to the south.
This is moving towards the east at 30 miles per hour.
30. All right, so that's going to take it. Elgin, pretty much now. Kenyon at 12:09. Tuckerman at 12:12. Vance at 11:18. Denton Island area at 12:31. Chilson 12:34. And Riggs at 12:41.
Now you see this goes all the way to the Craighead-Jackson County line. That's because that's where the National Weather Service office changes from Little Rock to Memphis at the eastern edge, the eastern border of Jackson County, along the Craighead and Poinsett County line. So That's why the warning isn't extended further into Craighead County, possibly, just on that boundary. And it's going to take a little bit of time to get to Craighead County if it holds together.
Just kind of, I'm also kind of looking at some of the chasers' feeds right now. I don't see anything yet concerning.
And if you look at the radar, usually you look for, if there's a tornado or a tornado signature, you see that hook, and it just looks like a big old blob of rain right now if we go to max 2. The area of rotation is back up in this rain.
Yeah. Very rain wrapped.
Very rain wrapped. Anybody out there is not going to see it. This is where we're looking at. And if you take a look, that circle was right here. So you're not going to be able to see this. It's dark outside. It's raining pretty hard, but we still have that area of rotation. That rotation has increased just a little bit. We'll zoom in, get you down to street level. There's Cord, Lower Lockhart Road, Chin Bend Road, Hopewell Road. This is in Independence County, Elgin Ferry Road, Otter Lake Road, and then as you move into Jackson County, looking towards Kenyon, so Jackson 83, Jackson 69, Paw Paw Road, back towards Swifton, Jackson 66, Petro Road, Jackson 84. Yes, that area of rotation's right. It's right here. You can see where the reds and the greens are. So we're looking at Lower Lockhart Road. That's Blueberry Road. That's where we're seeing that rotation at this time. And we'll track this off towards the east at 30 miles per hour. I want to include cash in this. So Elgin at 1201. On top of Elgin right now. Kenyon 1207, 1214 in Vance, 1229 in Denton Island, 1235 in Chilson, and in Cache at 1238. Now, Denton Island and Chilson and Cache, you're not in the tornado warning. Craighead County is not in the tornado warning, but let's go ahead and just think about moving towards your tornado safe spot as this storm moves off towards the east and southeast. At about 30 miles per hour. It's fixing to move out of Independence County into northern Jackson County. Probably go somewhere between Tuckerman and Swifton. But if you're in Tuckerman and Swifton, you need to be in your tornado safe spots, because that area of rotation is going to be too close for comfort. The new update on the warning kind of trims it back just a little bit. Starts to take places like Adota and Cord out of it. Walnut Grove, Charlotte out of the warning, but keeps Tuckerman and Swifton in the warning. Grubbs, or just to the north, the Grubbs. As it gets ready to cross over the Black River into Jackson County, out of Independence County. This is just a small area, but a tight area of rotation, fixing to cross out of the area, cross out of Independence County into Jackson County. Something, I don't know if our newsroom is listening. We need to make a call over to Steele in Pima-Scott County. Storm damage in there, and possibly one of the schools there in Steele may have caught on fire.
Oh boy!
So we need to make a call over to Steele or Pima-Scott County, see what's going on over there. The area of rotation has come down significantly. That was a quick It's been the area rotation is still there, but
How long is that warning?
give me a second.
12:06 right now.
Yeah, this goes until 12:45.
Oh yeah, surely they're gonna let that expire if it continues trending that way. I would assume.
I would too.
Boy, it is.
That rain is
heavy
starting to
rain
come
here.
down now.
I think a lot of areas now are getting about an inch of rain. Boy, it's coming down. Still a lot of lightning out there. If we go to max 1 right now, you can see there's still a ton of lightning. We're right here at KAIT, so the rain's starting to pick up here. A lot of lightning north of us. We're probably going to start getting more rumbles of thunder out there. If you widen out, we had about 3,000 plus lightning strikes about 30 minutes ago. We're down to about 2,400. So overall, the trend is heading down. And as soon as I say that, did it just jump up to 3,300? Kind of went up and down anyways. So I'll tell you what I can do. I can stop this and it'll give us the latest one.
2,400
Yeah.
roughly.
So it's going down a little bit. But boy, that's still a lot of lightning. So looking at the wind within the storm, let's go back down here into the tornado warned storm. Broad rotation there. But you can make the case for that almost anywhere up and down this line right now. Let's check in with Micah now. I see Micah's heading into some lightning. Micah, what you got going out there?
Yeah, we're on 214 here, getting ready to head into Grubbs. I've been listening to some chaser feeds, Brandon Kopnick's feed. He did just report a lowering. It wasn't necessarily saying he was seeing that. We're headed into Grubbs here, and then we're going to be pretty close to where this rotation will be off towards our north. So maybe we'll be able to get a visual, but like Aaron was saying, it is going to be probably rain wrapped.
Yeah. All right, we'll check back in with you here in just a moment. So once again, Micah and them, boy, they've been getting all over the place, haven't they?
They have. They've
From Poplar Bluff earlier, and now they're kind of down through here, aren't they? Right here.
There, yeah.
Yeah, right through here. About to
No,
head.
probably, yeah, right there. Yeah, the first one is
Yeah.
Am again. Next one, next road up, that's Grubbs. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
So then he'll head on up through there. All right, it's wide now. He's also losing his signal a little bit. Let me play this for you so you can get an idea of how this is starting to move down to the south. We've got an outflow here. That's an indication these are weakening. Southern part of the storm probably a little bit stronger. I have not heard any hail outside.
Haven't either. Some heavy rain.
Yeah. And we still have some rumbles of thunder too. So we're going to stick with you on this tornado warning. Jonesboro, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning for gusty winds. It does look like the bulk of the heavy rain is going to kind of go east of Jonesboro. You're going to catch this little area here. And once this rain comes in and moves down to the south, then you're in the clear. In fact, I want to do something real fast, kind of show you everybody that can go to sleep. If you're anywhere in this area through Region 8, oops, messed up just a little bit. Anywhere through here. It all messed up now. If you're north of that line, you can go to sleep now. But here's the deal. Get some rest because we're going to do this again tomorrow. Now, I don't think it'll go as late tomorrow, but we're going to be dealing with storms again tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening because the atmosphere is going to recharge as we go through the day tomorrow, which we may dive into the forecast here in just a minute also. So Line of storms continues to pass through. There's nothing imminent right now to point out. You see the line, you see the lightning. We got chasers out around where the tornado warning is right now. We haven't had a real good opportunity to dive into really even the severe weather threat for tomorrow. So I tell you what, I'm going to kind of do that right now. Let me show you an hour by hour look at what we're expecting. Obviously, these storms are going to wind down in the next hour or so. We're going to wake up tomorrow morning. It's quiet. In fact, we should wake up in many locations probably with a clear sky and sunshine. Temperatures, 50s for some people, 60s for others. We're going to wake up pretty stable. It's not even going to feel humid when we step out tomorrow morning. As we go through the day, that instability builds back in. I think we should be in the mid-70s by the lunch hour, 80s going into the afternoon. 5 o'clock, we're mid-80s. Dew points go back up. The difference between what it feels like tomorrow morning and what it feels like tomorrow afternoon is going to be a huge difference. So we were muggy today. We get stable tonight, but it's going to become muggy again as we go into the afternoon. I got another map that will kind of paint that picture a little bit. But 5 o'clock, we've got thunderstorms coming in again. And those thunderstorms rumble through. 8 p.m. tomorrow, these are likely going to be severe. Will we get tornado warnings again? Probably so. We'll at least get severe thunderstorm warnings, but probably some tornado warnings again. But then it's out of here. I don't think this is going to last as long tomorrow night as what it's lasting tonight. This is what it looks like right now, level 2 out of 3 threat. I wouldn't be shocked, unless it has been updated already. I'm not sure if, Aaron, you've seen that or not, but I wouldn't be shocked if that level 3 threat isn't lifted a little bit to the north. Temperatures right now, there's that cooler, stable air coming in. We're at 63 in West Plains, 74 in Jonesboro, and 78 in Harrisburg. Dew points are in the 60s in Jonesboro. Now that's dropped. They were in the 70s. Still some really soupy air from Harrisburg to Newport down to Searcy. Stable air up in West Plains with the dew points only 60. Wind out of the south right now ahead of this line of storms with wind gusts at 26 miles per hour. You look to the north of the storms, we've got northerly winds. So you see the boundary coming in. There's a live look right now in Newport. That is not too far away from where the tornado warning is right now. Live look right now in Jonesboro. It is quiet. Walnut Ridge has wet roads, but it does look dry. And it's still putting on a light show there in Paragould. So we're in the middle of a stormy 48 hours. Tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to have to redo this map to kind of paint a picture of, well, we'll just show it to you some other time. Tonight's forecast, we're going 65, continued with some strong storms. Tomorrow, storms redevelop as we go into the afternoon. And everything kind of updated now that we're past midnight, so that's not working quite as well right now. I forgot that we've gone into another day, but we're going to be dealing with strong storms as we go into tomorrow also. So they are going to do a downstream severe thunderstorm warning for Poinsett County and Craighead County for the tornado warned storm, it looks like.
There's been reports from the Jackson County OEM of possible funnel clouds between Tuckerman and Swift. And
that's where Micah is. Micah joins us now. Micah, do you see anything? We're getting some reports of funnel clouds.
I don't have a view of a funnel cloud. I will say rotation does look like it's starting to try to tick back up a little bit, looking from the Memphis radar. This is the view from our roof camera, so this is facing back to the west. You can definitely see the lightning. Over that tree line there, that's where the base of the storm is, so if there is something, it's back in there. We're going to stay over here on this side of the tree line, so that way we can have a better road network to get kind of back out ahead of this as it comes over the tree line. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was that report there, just based off of looking at radar.
What else have you noticed from there? Is still quite a lightning show there?
Yeah, a lot of lightning. In all honesty, I don't hear that much thunder. I see the lightning. I don't really hear a ton in the way of the thunder. Still super warm, super humid. It feels like a July evening outside, but just a big time cell getting ready to move its way through.
It's funny you say that about the thunder. I was thinking that also here, and then boom.
I was thinking the same thing this morning.
Well, this morning was loud.
Just trying to take some power hits a little bit here too.
You can kind of see the base of the storm coming over the tree line now.
I can now. Now, is it raining where you're at all?
Nope, not a single drop. We are like right on the county line between Jackson County and Poinsett County.
Gotcha.
Pretty much due east of Grubbs.
Yeah, you do. You have that rotation just to your north. Okay, so if this keeps moving east, are you guys just going to head back to 14 east?
Yeah, we'll kind of backtrack the same way we did. Go back to 49, pretty close to Wiener, and then that gives us some road options there, and then probably eventually start to head back to the station if it doesn't do anything
All right.
through Poinsett County.
All right, so meteorologist Micah Stevens, if you go back to Max 1 right now, I'll kind of give you an idea of where he is. So he's sitting right here looking back to this storm that has kind of prompted the tornado warning. Wouldn't be surprised if they don't allow that to expire early because there's another 30 minutes left on that, and the concern is probably going to move out before that actually gets there. All right, let's take a look at Jonesboro RDOT camera. Boy, there's just a couple of cars out there on 555.
Let's go to one of the RDOT cameras on I-57. Probably the Tuckerman one. I keep seeing people pop up saying they've seen a small rope tornado or a small pencil tornado on the RDOT cameras.
Where would that be?
Probably the Tuckerman.
That he had the tornado.
All right, Micah, let's go to Micah real fast. What do you got, Micah?
Hey, there's a report in NWS chat that Brandon Kopic had a view of the tornado on his live stream.
Okay.
Unconfirmed if it's true or not, but just got a report of that.
Okay, so Brandon is... Hold on, I'm going to keep watching this. So he is due east.
Brandon's going to be located, just a little bit to my north here. This is the view out of our front camera here. It's a little bit fogged over, but if there were a tornado, it would be on the right or the left side of our screen here.
Okay. Tell you what, see if you're not in the path of this, are you?
No, we should be to the south of it.
Okay. I just want to make sure you guys aren't in harm's way and this thing's about to come over the tree line or anything. All right, so are they going to go confirm tornado or are they going to
No, they're going to actually drop the warning.
Okay, this is a little conflicting right now.
Yeah, they just canceled the tornado warning for Jackson County.
Tell you what, I'm going to stick with it. Brandon's a good chaser. I don't doubt what he's saying. If he's saying he's seeing a tornado there, it's enough to where I want to. All right, let's say the RDOT camera in Tuckerman right now. Let's say all right, they're moving it around right now to spot RDOT is. Now tell me if you see anything there either. I think that's Brandon Kopic right there. No, he's moving now.
No, what they're saying right there, that's looking at down Highway 37. That's the road that's closed between the interstate and Tuckerman. That's part of the sign. If there's, oh Lord.
We might want to tell Brandon that he's heading down 37 right now. See where Zach Hardcastle is right now. Let's see. Doesn't look like he's live right now. No. All right. Well, tell you what, let's go back to radar for a minute. So we got one report of possible tornado and then another report of dropping the tornado warning. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning right now with tornado possible. Heavy rains coming into Jonesboro. That's not going to last too terribly long. I'm going to look at the wind within the storm. Uh-oh, looks like the radar data is messed up a little bit. Looks like we're having some aliasing issues. Let me see if we go over to this. I don't see anything too crazy from there. Do you see anything that would warrant a tornado warning?
No.
Here's a new scan. I don't see there either. So they've dropped the tornado warning.
They dropped the tornado warning.
There's radar. Widen out. So we got severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down through here. Even got some rain up here in the stable air, by the way, so we may not be completely done with the rain, even in places to the north. Let's take it down to street level in Jonesboro. Got heavy rain, got a lot of lightning right now. Heaviest rain is northern half of the city. Take it down to the street level. This right here is Arkansas State. Got some heavy rain over here by Joe Mack. Got some heavy rains. You head up here toward NEA Baptist, and that's drifting down to the south. So Nettleton, Valley View area will start getting into some heavy rain here shortly also. Nothing new?
Nothing new on the Arkansas side. Strong winds, the weather service was talking about strong winds pushing into Brooklyn.
Into Brooklyn?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah. I mean, you look at there, get into the blue areas here. This is going to be getting into some wind that is, 63 mile per hour, 57 mile per hour wind gusts through here. Yeah, I would say pretty gusty right now. That would be severe winds, warrant the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, what was that?
You guys got me?
What you got?
Hey, is there a CC drop? Is there a CC drop on this?
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Well, I'm looking at two between east of the interstate,
Just
about to
north
cross
of
into
Grubbs,
Craighead County on the
southwest of
Craighead
Cass.
Point
Yeah,
County
I
line.
think there is. Are you looking right at it?
Yeah, this camera should be pointed directly at that.
Oh, yes, there definitely is. All right, so stay with this just a second, and I'm going to talk with you. This is right on the county line between Tuckerman and Cass right now. We should have a tornado on the ground, and we're looking at where it would be. Are you telling the weather service, or are you me to it?
Someone's one of our meteorologists already have.
All right.
Already have. Excuse me.
Do you see anything, Micah, that
I'm recording a little bit of a video right now, and then I'm gonna play it back and look at it because it's a little bit easier to see. But I can see there's a weird shaft here right in the middle of the screen. I don't know if you have my screen pulled up.
I do. I have your
in the
screen
middle,
pulled up.
pretty much right above the 18 sign. There's a little bit of just kind of a weird shaft kind of downward.
Oh,
Not
yeah, I see
necessarily a
that. I do
tornado.
see
I don't
that.
see one of those, but there's a weird kind of lowering thing.
All right, so they're going to go tornado warning right now. All right, so you're at it. You are correct. Let's go to radar real fast. We're going to come right back to you, Micah. This is what we're looking at. Here's the new tornado warning. This is what we call a debris signature right here. That's Tuckerman right here on the left side of your screen. Here's Cache. Here's Interstate 57. That is a debris signature. And that is, let me show you why I firmly believe this. Let me go back one scan. There it is. Yeah, that's it. That is a debris signature, and it's right there on the couplet. And so it is moving east. We need Valley View to take cover now. This doesn't look like a huge tornado, but what's the movement on it?
This is moving towards the east at 55 miles per hour.
All right. Let's have it near Cache at 1231, Gibson 1238, Valley View area 1243, Craighead Forest Park. That's going to have it at you at 1245. This is going to be 1254 into Bay, Lunsford at almost 1 a.m., Black Oak at 107 if it holds together, Caraway at 108. So chances are they. I wonder if they're going to, what do you think? Are they going to blow the sirens in Jonesboro over that?
I would think so, since Valley View's it's in city limits of Jonesboro. The warning is, at least.
All right, so we're about to hear a lot of people wake up if they do that. I don't know if I don't know where we stand on that, on if we just blow the sirens down in the Valley View area or if
I think it says for the whole town, so it'll be citywide. So you'll hear the tornado sirens and
probably not a bad idea.
No. I mean, but your wheel alerts are going off in Cache, Valley View, Bay, all the way down to Harrisburg and Wiener.
There's the debris signature right here. Right through here. All right. Let me zoom in on this because we can get right down to street level on here. That's a small debris signature, but I'm pretty confident that's what we have. Here's Cache. Here's Rubs. Let's go to Micah. Micah's right here somewhere. You've got to be right on top of this thing. I'm still seeing a debris signature. You there, Micah?
Yeah, I got you. We're headed back to the east a little bit. Had some heavy rain starting to come down, so going back to the east. This is our roof camera, so this is looking back off to the north. So this should capture, if there's a tornado there, it should just be off to our north. I did just send a picture to the newsroom up from the video that I just took. Hard to tell if there's actually a tornado there, but there was either a rain shaft or some type of lowering that you can see in the picture that I just sent.
All right, I'm looking at Brandon Kopic just now. Oh yeah, Brandon Kopic just sent me video of it. I'm gonna send this to them while if you can continue talking on this.
So right now, the area of most concerns is across Highway 18 near Chilson and Riser. They're in Craighead County, north of the Pitts community. This is going to ride right along the Craighead Poinsett County line. Cache, Valley View, Otwell. This is Wiener. You're the first ones in line. As it moves to the east, this will cross towards Highway 1 and cross towards the Greenfield, probably north of Harrisburg, over towards Bay, and eventually, if this holds together, this will move into Truman. Right now, the debris signature looks a little bit more dispersed, so this, so it's showing that debris is being spread out from the storm. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if it tightens back up. If you look at the area of rotation, it is going to be right along Highway 18, just north of the Craighead County, the Craighead Poinsett County line. A confirmed tornado warning continues for southern Craighead County, northwestern parts of Poinsett County. This does include the south sides of Jonesboro, the Valley View area, to Cache, back down towards Otwell, to Wiener, Greenfield, Harrisburg, and Bay. The strongest of this storm will stay south of downtown Jonesboro, really south of the interstate. But if you're in if you're in Cache, if you're in Valley View, south of Valley View, to Wiener, to Greenfield, you need to be in your tornado.
Weather Service.
You need to be in your tornado safe spot now.
All right. Ooh. Sorry, handling a few things right now. Okay. Let's go back to Max 1. Debris signature is still there. It is crossing over the highway between Cache and Grubbs right now. I'm going to back out of this just a little bit. Tornado warning continues through here. By the way, the sirens are going off in Jonesboro. So if you just now woke up, you're turning us on right now, and you're wondering, okay, what's going on? You're here in the middle of Jonesboro, and the sirens are going off. If this polygon clips any part of the city, they're going to put the sirens on for everything. Not a bad idea, especially when we don't know if this thing's going to come up into Jonesboro or stay down to the south. Right now, it kind of looks like it's going to stay down to the south here, but this is a debris signature. I just now saw a video of the tornado. It was a tornado. In fact, Micah is out in this right now. Micah, looks like you're passing through some trees, but are you still in position to see this?
We should be here shortly. We're about to come on or get on to 49, and then we'll be just to the north of Wiener. So the rotation is just back off to our northwest here. That camera is facing out, looking to the north. So the rotation's probably a little bit back behind us, just out of the camera view, and we're in trees. But we should get some clearing here in just a second. We'll flip around, and then we should be able to get a view of this thing.
All right, sounds good. And newsroom, I'm gonna send you guys a video right now and of this tornado. This is from Brandon Kopic, who's given us permission to show it, and I will we'll show that in a minute. Let's go.
Looks like that debris signature has dissipated.
Good.
Hopefully, it hit a patch of trees, kicked up.
It was a tall, skinny tornado, which you're going to see here in the video here in just a second. But as Micah was saying, you know, he said there's some kind of tall, real tall looking pillar looking thing, and that's what it was. It was like a really tall tornado. It looked like. So Micah joins us now. Micah, debris signature on this latest scan may have gone away. Are you seeing anything?
I am not seeing anything. Still have a decent base there with this storm. So I don't think it's done yet. I think it still has some potential as it heads through this area. And speaking of Brandon Kopic, he's actually right behind us.
Right behind. Well, I'm over here texting with him right now, so he hasn't said anything about your driving, so that's a good thing. Hey, I just want to take a moment also while we've got this little break of you know, maybe going through this storm cycling or whatever. You and Matt Bowman have done an incredible job giving us a view of what's happening out in the field and keeping it safe and not taking any chances, while also kind of giving us a viewpoint out in the field. So I appreciate you and Matt and everything you guys have been doing tonight.
Anytime.
All right, nothing new from them?
Nothing new from the weather. So I've been just looking at looking behind the scenes here and looking at maybe why it tossed up, and you saw that debris signature really form over the Tuckerman exit.
Yeah.
And I'm not getting too deep down in here, but maybe it picked up a lot of dust out of a field.
Oh yeah.
The only thing I see really out here, there's some grain bins just on the side of the highway. I don't really see any houses.
Well, it wasn't
maybe
there
a couple. There's a shop down here that we'll have to watch, but it formed probably right
there
over the interstate.
Right over the interstate. It was right over the interstate. Few little scans. I mean, it still may be a little bit here right now, but
did they cancel the tornado warning?
They may have. They may have canceled the tornado warning.
Memphis. They did cancel the tornado
Yeah,
warning.
looks like they did. Do we have that video yet? I believe it's a 2-minute video, so it's going to take a minute. But
We might be able.
Another meteorologist said that. Sent me a text, said that might be the weirdest tornado I've ever seen.
If you looked at velocity, the velocities were not
great,
not strong at all. You had to look real hard to see what was there, but that debris signature just popped up real quick, and it was a tornadic signature.
Yeah. Well, if you're watching us right now and you're thinking to yourself, man, I just woke up. I got woken up by sirens and all kinds of things. It's for this storm right here. And it had a tornado. I saw it. Micah was out there also. We saw the debris. Everything I saw, I'm going to say tornado.
Yeah. It may have not hit
much,
maybe some tree limbs. Hopefully that's it. Maybe some dust out of the field. Not seeing a lot out here. Grain bins. Not seeing. I don't really see any homes out here.
No, we would have heard about homes being damaged by now, I think.
Maybe 1 or 2 homes out here. We'll have to call the Jackson County and find out. But yeah, I'm not seeing any homes. So that's some good news. Maybe it's just over a nice open field. Someone thought we got a good video of it, and we call it that with this storm.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody in the back. Do we have that video?
I think we could pull it up on this.
Did you say yes? No, not yet. Okay.
It might be easier. Maybe if you could pull it up on the Skype computer, that might be easier to play it out that way.
That was east of Tuckerman. Yeah. I emailed it. All right. All right, let's give you a big look at everything around the area right now. We've got a line of thunderstorms coming into Blytheville, down into Jonesboro. Paragold's in the clear now. Goes down to Newport and over to Heber Springs. Now, a lot of the severe weather threat has gone down considerably. In fact, if I circle your area here, all of this area can go to sleep because this threat is down to the south. And you give it another hour or so, and this is going to be even farther down to the south. So Jonesboro, pretty close to giving you the all clear for the night. We're going to stick around a little longer. You know, we weren't anticipating much in the way of tornado warnings to come back, and then this old guy decided to put down a brief tornado. And there's still some weak rotation there, I would say. You seeing anything, Micah?
I am not seeing much. The rain seems like it's starting to kind of surge and catch up to where the circulation is, so it's becoming pretty rain wrapped here.
All right. You got anything over there, Cass?
I'm not seeing anything.
All right. I'm just double checking a few more things here. So it looks like we got a few more severe thunderstorm warnings that just got issued. Got this new one here, includes Newport. We go back over to radar. Everything's starting to become a little line here, but we've still got little appendages hanging off. I'm surprised we're still getting that loud of thunder here. Let's go over to lightning real fast. You can see the lightning. A lot of this is east of us, but we're still hearing some pretty good rumbles here as well. Lightning has gone down some more, so that's good. All right.
Yeah, I think we just got to watch, because there's just that little appendage just south of Cache, or south of Valley View, that could at any time tighten back up.
We'll give it a minute. I noticed a lot of the chasers are just driving back to Jonesboro. I think they're probably just going to be staying in town tonight. Everything's kind of becoming a little linear. We're getting the outflow coming through here. I think we're probably just going to get severe thunderstorm warnings for the rest of the night. We widen back out to the home view. Michael, what's your game plan now?
Right now we're still going back to the east. Gonna come towards Highway 1, and then from there we'll probably head back into Jonesboro, assuming it doesn't look concerning.
Yeah, that's what I'm just judging by what I'm seeing online. It looks like a lot of people are just calling it a night.
I will say the lightning still pretty crazy. Winds are still pretty strong. So it's still a severe thunderstorm warning. So
yeah, what road are you
if you're
on
in the
right
path
now?
of this one. We are on Rayborn Road.
Okay. Yep.
It's going to come up here to Highway 1 at Greenfield.
Yeah. Alrighty. Anything else, Cass, or should we rejoin regular programming?
Weather Service said they're going to watch that storm as it gets closer to that outflow boundary, just to make sure that it doesn't try to produce another brief tornado. It's getting close to that outflow boundary.
All right. All right, so let's take a look at what just happened that prompted the tornado warning. So it looks like a dark screen, but look at that. I don't know if y'all can put me on top of the map.
Tornado down, tornado down. It is a small little needle.
It goes down and then goes back up.
Very quick.
All right,
Yeah.
It's not fully condensed. It looks like it's going back up. But there was briefly, I got it. Thankfully, I started recording on my phone.
All right.
I've got the circulation right to my west. There's still a little needle coming.
I think it just touched down briefly, just enough to get 2 scans of debris.
Yep.
I think it's down. I think there's debris.
Oh no, there is debris right there. See it?
Not necessarily debris, but like dirt.
Dirt.
Yeah.
It's just over a field.
Yep, dirt getting kicked up.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's interesting.
Still west of the interstate right now. I think I'm losing the funnel.
So this is Brandon Kopic. He was on Interstate 57 near Tuckerman.
So he said that was west of the interstate, so it hadn't crossed the interstate yet.
No, okay, you're right.
And that would make sense because that signature popped up right over the interstate.
I'm not joking. Tornado down.
There it is.
Tornado down.
This is a 2-minute video, so
It is a small little
someone just said tornado down, like questioned it. And it was. You can see when the lightning flashes a little bit, that tornado is
It's not
down.
fully condensed. It looks like it's going back up. But there
I
was
think we
briefly-
restarted
I
it.
got
Okay, we
Thankfully,
restarted.
I started
Okay,
recording
so
on
that
my
was
phone.
definitely a brief touchdown.
I've got
And
the
did you say you had
circulation
Micah's
right to
picture
my
also?
west. There's still a little needle coming
All right.
from underneath
All
there.
right, yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly what was going on. So there you go. Wasn't on the ground long, probably over a freshly plowed field. Kicked up some dirt, enough to flag radar with a debris signature, and then thankfully didn't do much more. And that's smart on the Weather Service's part to go, you know what, we're going to put a tornado warning out, and as soon as we see the threat go away, we're going to take it away. Okay, tell you what, let's go back to radar. Let's go back to Max 1. Aaron was saying that what the Weather Service is doing is they're going to watch a little area, this one right here, which produced the tornado here just a little bit ago. Let me redraw that. So this area right here, they want to see it interact with this outflow boundary.
And
right
there is
here.
a little bit of rotation on the Craighead Poinsett County line.
From that system?
Yeah, right now east of Highway 49, between 49 and Highway 1. It's it's not very strong rotation, but there is a little bit of rotation continuing.
All right. That's right where Mike is. So we're gonna see it if it is. But here's the outflow boundary. This is about to interact with it. So will something happen through here? That's the question mark right now. So there's the rotation that we were looking at on the Poinsett County, Craighead County line. Radar data fixed itself. So I believe Micah's right here. Micah, are you on Highway 1 yet?
No, we are not. But that storm is just back off here to
The north?
looking to the north. We're pretty much straight to the south of it. So this should capture it. If there's something down, that would be the view at the base of that storm there.
Okay, as soon as you turn left.
We're probably located about. Yeah, once we turn left, we should have a kind of a clear view at it.
All right. So what you're looking at, let's keep this 2-box like this. So he's down here on Rayburn Road, so he's looking up. So what you're looking at on this screen beside me, he's looking up towards this rotation here, which is probably there on the left side of his screen. So what he's about to do is going to hit Highway 1 and start heading north, and you're going to see vantage point right there in front of him. So that should be pretty interesting to see. And it's interacting with this outflow boundary over here. So, and I don't think you're alone. I think there's a lot of chasers that are kind of doing the same thing you're doing right now.
So you're turning left. Yeah, Brandon Kopic and the whole Fox Weather team was just right ahead of us.
All right. All right. Tell me when y'all get on Highway 1. And that's going to have some wind with it also.
1.5 miles away from Highway 1.
By the way, that's going to have some pretty decent wind on it when you get out in front of it.
Hey, there might be a rope tornado going down on the shot right now.
Okay, let's take his shot full. Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
We're getting. If you look in the kind of the middle side, looks like
We
there
see
might
it.
be
We
one
see the
there.
tornado right now, Micah.
It's not gonna hit nothing.
We see it. Yeah, there is.
Yeah, pull it to the side right
We're gonna pass that along to the Weather Service. I would go ahead and keep going and go left if you can. How far are you from Highway 1?
We are about 1.2 miles away from Highway 1.
Okay. All right. So that looks to be over an open field, kind of a similar tornado to what we just now had. We're going to keep your feet up. Let's go back to radar, either double box or go full, and I'm going to show you where this is. So he is right here, and he is looking right here. So this is where we have a little rope tornado right now. I'm going to zoom in a little closer here. There's Greenfield. Here's Highway 1. So he's on Rayburn Road, looking right here. And we had a little rope tornado.
It's going to be in the vicinity of Craighead County Road 435, 452.
Is there any houses over there?
You know, if it, getting real close to Highway 1, maybe a mile off of Highway 1,
Okay.
just north of the. It's going to be close to the Poinsett package store. Sounds like they're
Pumpkin
just.
Center Road, Mulligan area. Yeah, if you live in Mulligan, I would make sure you're in your tornado
Yeah, there's
safe
a
spot.
new tornado warning just been issued for southern Craighead County, northern parts of
Okay.
Poinsett County.
So that's new tornado warnings coming out. This is the rotation right here, where we just saw the rope tornado live on TV. Here is Bay. So what I'm hoping is this thing will fizzle out. But I hate that this is coming in. You know, the first tornado that we saw east of Tuckerman, it was over a field. You know, this is getting a little too close to some populated areas. So
And you know, this is truthfully part of the same system that came out of Stone County.
Is it really? Can't ever. It's like once you start getting stuff like that. By the way, there was just seeing an earlier report. There was 1-inch hail out of Paragould. 60 mile per hour winds out of Rector. So
I'm looking down here.
that new tornado warning is going to. They're gonna keep it along that outflow boundary, I think.
Yeah.
You know, I think a reason we could see that tornado right there was because Mike and them had not gone around that rainfall yet. So it kind of helped to see the backside of that storm a little better. Let's go back to Micah's feed full. I don't see it now, Micah, but can y'all see it anymore?
Yeah, so we're headed south now, so you're looking back to the east. So the tornadic portion would be back behind us. Didn't have a great road network there. We're heading into the ridge, so visibility is going to get a little bit harder here too. I think what we're going to do is kind of come down here just a little bit, flip around, and then kind of head back up where that rotation was. I think that it's going to be hard to kind of follow it through this portion just because there's not great road network here.
Yeah.
So this area of rotation is crossing Highway 1. This will go over Legacy Landfill, back out to the neighborhoods behind Legacy Landfill, County Road 482, 748, 482, 478, 457, 456.
That's going to head to Truman, isn't it?
This should stay, if it rides the county line, it will stay, probably go right between Truman and Bay. So let's go ahead and have that Bay RDOT camera up and ready. It may also have the Truman one on a different tab. But that area rotation is crossing Highway 1 right now.
Boy, as soon as we think it's winding down. I will say these are smaller. If there's anything positive, this isn't as large of a tornado as went through Stone County.
No, but the only bad thing
Populated
now is it's starting to move in as it gets into Crowley's Ridge. There's more houses there. West of the ridge is a bunch of farmland, open farmland, scattered farm homes and shops and things like that. But as it crosses Highway 1, goes behind the landfill, there's several homes over there before it comes off the ridge and becomes more farmland.
Yeah.
So hopefully it lifts as it hits the ridge. Everybody says tornadoes lift when they hit the ridge. That's the urban legend. Let's pray for it to lift as it hits the ridge so we don't hit homes. But the area rotation has come down as it's crossed Highway 1. But if you live in Bay and Truman, you need to be in your tornado safe spot just in case. And this tornado warning officially goes all the way out to Caraway, Lepanto, and Mark Tree. But it should stay to the north, well to the north of Mark Tree. And if we're lucky, it will split the difference between Bay, Truman, and Caraway and Lepanto as well. This is a live look from Bay, from the RDOT camera. Is that right, Victor? The RDOT camera in Bay, looking towards the south. So that would let's switch to the Truman just real quick. I want to see which way it's pointed. The Truman. So we'll be able to see it if it crosses between Bay and Truman. If there's a tornado there, we should be able to see it. The Truman camera's pointing to the north. The Bay camera's pointing towards the south. We don't see anything yet. It's going to be a little bit. It's going to be a couple of minutes before it gets to Bay and Truman. The area rotation's over the ridge right now. Fixing to cross Highway 1 Highway 1, what's that road? 68, I believe. One that runs down from just south of Highway 1 down to Harrisburg. Behind it, some gusty winds are starting to punch in as well behind that storm. Let's go to max 2 if we can. And what we're looking at right now is right here. Right there on the Craighead Poinsett County line. Still some weak rotation there. It's not going to take much for a small tornado to drop, and if it drops in that area, it could cause some damage, some roof damage, maybe some tree damage. I wouldn't expect it to be a huge tornado at this point, but enough to cause some damage as it moves. As it hits your home, if it hits your home and causes damage, that's not a good tornado. Doesn't matter if it's big, small, or whatever. So this continues to route along the Craighead County, Poinsett County line. This is now east of Highway 1. This is south of Jonesboro. This will stay south of Jonesboro city limits. We'll stay north of Harrisburg. It will come real close to Bay and Truman as it get closer to the interstate. Let's go ahead and take a look. Go back to either the Bay camera or the Truman camera, Victor. Looks like the rain's starting to pick up in Bay. Let's go to Truman. A lot of lightning with this storm. Maybe hard to see. Maybe it's hard to see. It may be a few miles just too far to the north of Truman, but if we're going to see it, we're going to see it on this camera. The rain we'll see the tornado before the rain gets there. That's for sure. So this tornado warning remains in effect for southeastern Craighead County, southeastern Craighead County, northeastern Poinsett County. Did have a report of a brief rope tornado. That's what Micah saw on Highway 1 and County Road 452 near Legacy Landfill, north of Greenfield, south of Jonesboro.
Do have some good news from earlier. Stone County Sheriff's Department is saying there is damage, pretty significant damage, but no injuries, no fatalities.
That's very good news.
Love that. I think that's going to go down if there is anything to rate it on, which you can rate it off large trees. I think that will probably go down as an EF2 tornado in Stone County. We'll have to wait and see. Line's getting a little skinnier also overall. Keep in mind we're going to do this again later today. It's 1 a.m. now. We'll be going through severe weather later today, which we should get a new outlook from the Storm Prediction Center here shortly also. All right, so let's go back to radar. We're kind of looking over reports from the day. Tornado warning's going to continue for this area right here. This is going to be Highway 1. This right here, let me zoom in. The area of rotation has just now crossed over, or is about to cross over Interstate 555. Here's Bay, here's Truman, and this is the area that we're watching right now. Micah is, I think he's going east, kind of trying to stay ahead of this, maybe trying to get over to 555 to see Michael, where are you at right now? I see you have a lot of houses around you.
Yeah, we are just to the northeast of Harrisburg on Highway 163. We'll go up here, turn right onto State Highway 214, and that should take us to towards 555. So then if we may be able to get another view if it decides to wrap back up.
Okie dokie. So we'll get another update from him later. I don't see anything crazy screaming at me tornado from this right now, but
Let's go back to that Truman camera on I-55.
all right, Truman camera I-55.
Be off in the distance, but it should cross right in front of that camera.
All right. Not many people out there, is there?
No, it's also 1 o'clock in the morning. Getting report tornado sirens probably still going off in Jonesboro just because the county, part of the county is under tornado warning. Technically, the south side of Jonesboro is underneath the tornado warning. The storm producing the possible tornado is south of Jonesboro. Will stay south of Jonesboro, and move in towards Bay and Truman areas. So, if you hear the sirens going off in Jonesboro right now, Jonesboro, you are in the clear. The rain's starting to come to an end from north to south. It's still pretty heavy south of the interstate, really along and south of Highland Drive.
All right, Micah's got an update. We got Micah.
Hey, they just issued the new Storm Prediction Center outlook for tomorrow, and it includes everywhere up to Jonesboro and west in an enhanced risk for severe weather, a level 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather. And then to the north and east of Jonesboro, it is in a level 2 threat for severe weather tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we got a SIG 2 tornado risk tomorrow. Not good.
So we're going to be back at it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're not done yet.
Tell you what, why don't you start heading back? Call tonight so you can
Sounds
get
good.
some rest for tomorrow. And as
Sounds
soon
good.
as this tornado warning, as soon as this threat starts winding down, we'll all start winding down as the storms do also. So appreciate Matt Bowman and Micah Stevens giving us reports from. They've been all over the place. I'm not sure if you guys have been following all night. They were up at the tornado that was west of Poplar Bluff. They went back down. They've been down in Jackson County. They caught the tornado coming into Craighead County. They've been busy. So yeah, go home, rest, get ready for tomorrow. All right. So even thinking about doing severe weather coverage again tomorrow.
They're going to continue that tornado warning until 1:15.
Yeah,
For Craighead points the counties as that continues to move off towards the east.
That's not a bad idea. It's still interacting here with this outflow boundary. So I don't doubt that. This right here is just inflow coming into the storm. Not worried about that at all. And yeah, I mean, we still got a little bit of a notch there. I'm not overly worried about it, but if you're in the tornado warning, go ahead and stay there. Here's the outflow boundary, by the way, so it's interacting here. If you're in this polygon, the red polygon, Truman, Bay, Lepanto, stay in your tornado safe spot for just a little bit longer. Once again, for those that are still watching, if you live north of this line, anywhere through here in Region 8, all the way down to these storms, anywhere through here, go to sleep. You can go to sleep now. All right. They haven't said anything new on there, though?
No.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to start on the eastern side of this line and give you an update on everything we've got right now. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Mississippi County. I got heavy rain from Blyville to Gosnell to Luxora. Osceola doesn't have heavy rain yet, but it is coming. Rain in Manila, Big Lake, Some gusty winds there probably also. Etowah is about to catch some rain. Bay's getting rain. Truman under a tornado warning. Right now, this storm has had a tornado. A couple tornadoes, actually. In fact, this is the storm that we saw a tornado on right here just a little bit ago. So it wasn't that long ago that had a tornado. Heavy rain from Waldenburg to Newport, back to Oil Trough, Possum Grave. We could even have some hail down through here. In fact, let me look at this, get a volume scan of this real fast. Well, don't see any on there. We good. We're good. So, no hell with that one. We'll widen back out and we will take a look at storm reports. And they must not have plotted all the storm reports on here because we had a confirmed tornado here. We had confirmed tornado here. We had confirmed tornado here and here. So I don't know why. Weather Service has not plotted tornado reports through here. So large hail report in Paragould, wind damage, Clay County, hail reports through here also. Maybe they'll plot those down tomorrow. All right, let's go to the Truman weather camera then. RDOT's moving the camera around to see if we can spot anything over there. It looks like there's a chaser there too.
Yeah, that's looking towards the west.
I don't see anything from it.
Do you still have radar data?
Yeah. Think so. What am I doing here? Yeah, I do.
It might be. Okay, Memphis went down for a second. It's coming back.
Yeah. All right, so we have another 7 minutes left on the. Y'all keep watching that in the back. If anything does, that's some heavy rain. If anything does pop up, yeah, if anything happens, it'd be right there, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Lord, the wind's just. The wind and rain just.
Let's see. All right, still going through a lot of. I don't see anything that would scream tornado. I see some heavy rain. What do you think?
There's something there. It would be right.
Be rain wrapped.
It'd be rain wrapped and right there.
Let me look at data again. Yeah, I mean it would. It'd be right there and rain wrapped though. And you'd, boy, look at the wind. Wind is pretty wild.
It looks like the wind's all coming out of the west to the east. Don't really.
That was weird.
That was. I'm glad you saw that too.
Okay, I'm not even gonna say what I was thinking out loud, but that was weird looking.
That's very weird looking.
Boy, I tell you what, they're getting some wind. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
So for those wondering that we're looking at the Truman I-555 camera, looking northbound. This is right where the tornado warning is right now. I'm not going to say we just saw a tornado, but we did see some really gusty winds and something fly by the camera. It's enough where I want to go back and look at it one day.
Yeah.
Lot of lightning. A lot of heavy rain coming through right now. Still west to east. At the very minimum, we've got a severe storm passing through right now. Is that Central Ford right there?
I believe so.
Okay. You know, the power lines are still up there. The power is still up there. So that's a good sign.
It may have just been a
Wave of
shaft
rain.
of rain come across. But that was weird.
That was weird. Yeah, that was weird.
The Stone County Sheriff's Office, they did post an update on Facebook. Like I said, no injuries. There have been some power lines down, blocking roadways, damaged homes and vehicles. The storm travel. This is where they're saying that storm traveled through. Heavy concentration of damage and destruction in the Dodd Mountain, Luber, Pleasant Grove, and Hanover areas of Stone County. Crews are out there working to clear roads of fallen utility lines and trees. They're asking motorists to stay and just asking people to use caution, but also stay out of that area. So some pretty extensive damage in southern parts of Stone County from that tornado a little bit earlier this evening.
Thank goodness, no injuries or fatalities. All right, let's go back to radar. That's rough in Truman. Still a lot of lightning out there. We're looking good. Here's something else to notice, and we're hearing it here. The rain is south of Jonesboro, but look, all these lightning strikes are still back behind this, just in the stratiform clouds. See all this? We got lightning all the way in Greene County from the storms there, so that's pretty wild. We're hearing the rumbles here also. All right, so how much longer we got on this warning? 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
They're not going to extend it.
Doesn't look like it.
What, I see an outflow south of that now, so it's definitely gone. So I'll tell you what, we are going to go back to regular programming. And hopefully everybody gets a good night's rest. So we're going to do this again tomorrow afternoon. It's a 2-day severe weather event. This one was late getting started, but I think before it's all said and done, we're going to end up with probably 3 or 4 tornadoes on the night, maybe 5. Some of them documented also. Probably the strongest one's going to be Stone County. Weather Service will be surveying that damage. Don't know if they'll survey tomorrow. They're going to be busy tomorrow.
They'll probably be busy tomorrow, so it might not be till Wednesday so they get somebody out there.
So there you go. All right. Just heard from Truman Mayor J. Paul Woods, who said had a trooper see the tornado come down Highway 1 but lifted back up. That's the one that Micah was showing on live TV. So that's something else, the tornado there. So tell you what we're going to do. We're going to rejoin regular programming. The National Weather Service has chosen to go with a severe thunderstorm warning for this area right here. And they're going with severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. Now, I see this little outflow boundary right there, and that tells me that we probably won't see a tornado. That's just...
Yeah, it'd be really hard to get a tornado.
I mean, if anything, maybe right there, but we're not going anywhere. We're going to watch it. If we have to break back in with tornado coverage, we will. But for now, meteorologist Aaron Castleberry and myself, and meteorologist Micah Stevens and Matt Bowman and the Storm Tracker and all the great crew all around us, we're going to call it a night for now. And hopefully there's not any more tornado warnings. Stay weather aware tomorrow. We're going to have more watches, more warnings, and we'll be here to cover the storms throughout the afternoon.
It just was wet.
Wet and dyed.
The dye didn't seep through. It wasn't that direct. Yeah, that was my idea.
Works in a pool. Anyway, that's our call to action today. Send us your DIY mishaps and masterpieces. We would like to see both of them. And on today's show, Anne Hathaway is here.
And Brenda Song will be here.
I got a good feeling about this crowd today. Yeah. Are you ready? the moment you've all been waiting for. It's time to play. Stop!